Well, I was saying
Hello.
that all of us are here who are going to be here. So, if you are ready, then I was going to have Sam do the thing.
Do the thing.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, Fidelio.
Hello. All right. Sorry it's been a long month, but we're back. We're all together again. Hooray. Except for Jyotis, who is going to be catching up on sleep.
Nearly all together.
Nearly all together. Mostly together, aside from one arm.
That's about sums up day-to-day life. Nearly
Right.
together.
So, the one quick thing that everyone was posted for this week is what in-game moment has affected your character for good or bad the most, and why, but keep it brief. So, with that, I will actually start with Mr. Jyotis's, since he is not able to join us tonight. He claims that the Wind Reaver incident started to really galvanize him against slavery and forced contracts. So that is the thing that he says is the thing that motivated him. And then we're going to move on. Gary.
When Lolly died.
Yeah, that might be Lolly's answer too. Lestrin.
Picking
When
up.
Zarbel zapped him with the tuning fork.
Hey, Lolly.
Yeah.
What in-game moment mattered most to you, or like
When we
made a big difference?
When we brought the goblin children back, but they were still old, and we didn't quite save the day. But we're the heroes, and we're supposed to always win. So I'm
That's a
trying
very-
everything I can to fix the goblins.
Gotcha. And Lestrin. Sorry, my God, Latham. The L's, man.
The L's. To be
L's.
fair, I heard Lestrin as well, and my brain heard that as Latham too.
It's been a
So
month.
you and I are both aligned here.
Right.
So
You, me, Sam.
Latham, being outplayed by Nulthus, really that one hit hard. He had up to that point been able to get away with things, but that one, jackass.
All right. All good answers, guys. Enjoy your points of inspiration. Aside from
Yay!
Jyotis, who's going to enjoy his sleep. So,
Well, that's just as good in a different way.
yeah, exactly. I'm going to give a brief summary of last game and get us moving onwards. Last game was our last day in Trinisbad, and the what would you like to do, except for Gary, who got boat sitting, which he managed to keep not too interesting, as I'm sure he prefers it to be.
Very much so.
He did accept a couple of contracts for some shipping, including an exciting potential smuggling contract. Or at least it was pitched as the lesser of the two exciting smuggling contracts. Lestrin and Lolly hit up the fighting pit along with Latham, the 3 L's in one location. Latham started the betting pool, whereas Lestrin and Lolly dived right in. Lestrin fought and defeated Bloody Mary of the Bloody Mary Morning Brawl, but Lolly wound up being a champion, and no one quite expected that. There was 5-1 odds on Lolly, and we're still rather impressed, surprised, amazed, and very lucky that no one made their insight check or their perception check. Aside from Latham and of course Lestrin, who actually solved the slight, but it made them money. Sure, there's no consequence for that. Anyways, Jyotis enjoyed some time with Echo and wound up having just kind of a day with her, picked up some orders from Westward, or what else you guys also like to call Westworld, and then the boat set off. We had what I can only call as some of the most unlucky rolls that are non-combat that you guys could have managed, because every single time the ocean was pushing back against you, between the dead winds that happened nearly twice and the tidal wave skill check that wound up being it wound up being quite the adventure to get back to the Steel Tranquility. But with end of game, the Lucky 87 and all of its occupants, including 2 plants, one of them awake, and Captain Pancakes and Chuggers, have managed to get back into the peaceful and serene, steady wind of the Steel Tranquility shipping line. And if you all remember last game, there was a boat that you were quickly approaching in the shipping line that appeared to be a halfling shipping vessel of a similar-sized catamaran with not quite as impressive of a sail that looked like a merchant vessel. And that's where we begin tonight.
I don't remember if we hailed them.
I just announced you saw them, and that's literally where we stopped. Gary, with your perception check, you would know that this is a merchant vessel, or at very least appears to be a merchant vessel, and is flying the colors of... Oh my god, notes, please, notes.
If it's Dijon,
they're flying...
attack. Oh.
No, they're flying the colors of the Akami Kai and a flag from Okoa.
Does anyone need supplies?
I mean, maybe. Are they?
Shall we hail them for news? I can't tell. Hang on.
Stern has gone full robot.
Oh, no, I wasn't robot. I was hitting the controller on my air conditioner. It's not freezing. Sorry.
You're fine.
So, how far away are the ship? Are they just on the horizon?
Honestly, for that check that Gary made, they're probably between about 300 to 600 feet out. I'd say closer to 600 feet at least.
That's close.
Something with...
That's very close,
That's
so they
super
probably see
close.
us.
Yeah.
Okay, what color is like, hey, we're friendly and might want to trade with you?
White?
White is typically a color of surrender or at least peace. In the meantime, you guys do have the guild colors of the Gidezias. And beyond that, those are... And also your own guild colors, too.
Yeah. Alright. Well, no, I meant is there like a universal orange means stay away or yellow means come trade?
Roll an insight check.
Okay. I will
Jared
just be
might know it.
asking that. Okay. 12. I fire up a pink eldritch blast.
Okay. Well, I wasn't going to make you do something with that, but basically, so long as a ship is seen within the Steel Tranquility until it approaches at a top speed, it's normally considered that boats do sail close to each other. It is safety in numbers, after all.
Okay. Alright, I kind of fire up an eldritch blast of like sparkliness, like a fireworks or a flare gun.
We should hail them for news. Hang on.
I'm
Yeah,
illusion. News
and
in the air, like skywriting.
Gary would probably know the answer to these questions.
That's why I'm asking, but then God made me roll.
I did not make you act. I had you roll. You chose to act.
I was asking the ship.
I'm sorry, my dad keeps like coming in. An Amazon package showed up, and then I forgot to give my mom the keys, and then this, and then this, and then this. So every single time,
son?
every single time, like I get a question, the door opens, and he just starts talking over everybody, so I can't hear either of you. All right. All right, get out the signal flags and put up, I don't know the semaphore pattern personally, but I'll tell them which 2-flag pattern to put up to say, hail them for news.
All
right. So,
hail
Gary,
sailor. Hail.
Hail.
Whack, 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 whack.
Hello. Oh, yeah.
Boy, it's been a month, hasn't it? It really has. So
and I have been in Reno for a long time, so I'm reaching my levels.
Yep. So,
I start waving the flags like a crazy person.
yep, they rolled a good perception and initially caught the Eldritch Blast and were pondering why someone was shooting into the sky.
Yeah.
No, they were wondering why someone was shooting up into the sky, like, were you signaling for help? But then they see the flags, and they figure out that someone might be a pleasure cruise and not quite having all their signals figured out. So their boat begins to slow, and they do pull into pace alongside you guys. First, you see that there looks to be a full crew on this of about 10 different halflings and one Goliath, who is currently... you know how Gary fits in the crow's nest, but just barely?
He is.
This Goliath is their spotter, and it's like perching on their crow's nest because, yes, this is it is a balancing act for them, and they are doing it without a spyglass, but just merely, that shield of the sun, flat visor above the eyes, and gave a wave down there. And their own signal flags show that they're peaceful and that they're coming in. So,
do we recognize?
Hoy, hoy.
Sorry.
Oh no, go for it.
Oh, the trade symbols on them. Do we recognize it? Is it part of the Summer Suns? Like, do we? What traders are they?
So with their two flags, with the Akami Kai and the Okoa flag, with the Akami Kai, they are certified to trade in any port with the Akami Kai, so long as they pay the port tax, if any. And beyond that, the flag of Okoa typically means what sort of materials they're actually carrying. So, especially in the Halfling Nation oh my god, words are so failing me right now. Sorry.
Yep.
God damn it, Bob. It's been a while, yo. Oh, let's just get my big map. Because I've been working on my maps.
I'm the map.
So, Monohanai. The island nations of Monohanai, typically their cities specialize in certain exports. So Okoa typically specializes in a couple of them. But Latham, I would have you roll either a history check. Yeah, let's do history for knowing what Okoa actually ships as its raw product.
Ooh, 19 on the die, plus 5, 24 on the history check.
Well, prepare for a successful bardic knowledge check. So,
yeah, I came across that document apparently.
Yeah, well, I mean, you would know because at least one isle in Monohanai is controlled by the Dajani, thanks to you. Primary exports out of Okoa involve both wood and metal. There is a surprisingly strong type of iron there that, while not dark steel in any way, shape, or form, not of dwarvish regard, this is a plentiful metal that happens to be a little bit lighter than most raw iron, and it's used in a lot of halfling weapons because they tend to make it a little bit lighter and easier for them to utilize, but also it's used for producing large-scale things. The wood there is excellent for boats as well.
Delightful. Okay.
So, as their boat pulls within shouting distance of you, about let's say 100 to 120 feet is when it starts being really reasonable for them. One of the halflings, possibly their captain, calls out like, "Hail, brother! Hail, sister!
Ahoy, hoy!
Sunshine and wind to you, my friend.
And to you!
And also with you."
And with your spirit.
What?
What does this even mean, brother?
Tom shrugs and raises the glass.
Personal joke. Apologies. What news bring you?
Okoa received large purchase of raw materials. We're bringing it out this way. Beyond that, not too much good news. Storms hit hard in Monohanai. Leilani, the tower failed.
Oh no.
City is okay, but dozens dead.
That is sad news.
How long ago was this?
Last storm. So, math.
Couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
While we're faffing about elsewhere?
yeah, exactly. That last
Lestrin
storm
tried
before
to
you guys
beat it
actually
up for
left.
them.
I don't know what that means. We have some raw product if you need any trade.
Ooh, do you have any canvas?
Not much. Mostly just for our sales. Do you need some? Your sale looks impressive.
Yes.
Turns around, ask one of the others, and just... We will sell you... What say you to, 100 yards of canvas?
Ooh, okay. And what kind of wood do you have?
It is,
Can I see a sample?
yeah, Okoa Tropic. Pull the boat closer. And the boat starts to pull closer.
I conjure up the ice paddles.
Pass them a line. We'll secure the boats together.
All right, I
I'll
throw them a
him the
rope.
line.
Oh, okay. It's probably better that you threw yours because mine wasn't tied to anything.
Damn it.
There you go,
Lester.
splash.
Right. Well, say goodbye to 50 feet of rope. Lesterin, your rope is caught by them. They start to tie the boat off with a respectable distance. As it closes in, the halfling who has been talking to you looks over your ship and just... You have a pretty good sample already. This is Okoa wood. Some fine
Ooh.
material.
Very fine indeed. She has served us very well thus far.
She's a lucky boat.
How do you put a... He looks back at the ballista and he's like, how do you put a ballista on a pleasure boat?
Very carefully.
Nails.
With great skill.
That's some
Well
cursing.
done. Well done.
We've had
Yes.
far too many run-in with the sea folk. We want to make sure we have a deterrent prepared.
That makes sense. Our deterrent is that big rock up there. We just drop him.
Hi.
Rocks fall and people die.
And Giant, I call up, ahoy hoy.
Calls down to you and Giant. It's like, low. You are low. Hello.
Oh, you two would get along great.
Have you seen this girl? Conjure image.
Well, no, that person would not even have a chance of seeing that girl. So
Well, I
their
don't know
answer
that
is,
until I ask.
I know. I'm just looking at their character. Gods. Their answer is,
Seriously?
no, sorry. No, not seen any Len like that. Is that a young orc?
Nope. But thank you.
They rolled really poorly on their check.
So what's Okoa wood?
Very good wood for boats, because it is easy to treat, it lasts long, it is resistant against the sea salt, because Okoa has been hit by many tidal waves. So, the trees that grow there, resistant to salt water.
Ooh. Is it heavy wood? Is it like hardwood? Or do you know of any kind of wood that would be really strong but really light?
Thinks for a second.
It wouldn't have to be waterproof.
Oh, let me think. Oh my god, he rolled a 19. Well, here we go. Yeah, sister. That is wood in the Verdant Inferno.
Ooh.
There are some islands that float, weirdly enough, and the wood that grows on them grows light.
Awesome. The Verdant Inferno. Okay. That sounds easy to get to. flying islands. That should make it really easy to see them.
It should. They're not really flying islands. They're just, like 50 to 200 feet up. But
that's
they're
a
up.
lot.
Yeah.
Guys, we should go check those islands out for Zarbel's thing. The project.
I think we were planning on going there before.
Mhm.
What's up, spreadsheet?
Thank you, Dan.
You would recall, since it's been more than a month, this is where supposedly the rocks are mating.
Yes.
Which would also considerably make sense because from what you had heard about the area, the Verdant Inferno is a place where there is lots of volcanic activity in the near surface of the ocean that causes this bright green glow, and it causes some excellent thermals, and apparently some of the rock out there is so magnetically repulsed by the budgeting earth that it actually floats in the sky despite all logic and reason. Most sailors believe that area to be heavily cursed and will only sail on the Steel Tranquility through it down to Tarako.
Well, I say we Tara go there.
Are we going going after the rock then, huh?
Well, let's handle obviously the stuff that we promised to do, but it's worth checking out eventually.
We do know
It is a
someone
beautiful area, but very dangerous if you go off the Steel Tranquility, sister.
Wow, that sounds like fun then.
Well, let's not take unnecessary risk, huh?
Yeah. How much for the canvas?
Oh, 4 copper per yard, maybe?
Okay, so 400 copper is 40 silver is 4 gold. 4 gold. I did it.
Yeah. All right.
I did
So
it
proud.
myself. I hand him 5 gold.
Oh, thank you.
That's the new price for this.
Oh, good to know.
You've been out of touch.
Well, we're not going to a major port anyway.
No
So-
worries. But if you do happen to buy some canvas in the future, try to only reach out to the goblin tribes that are selling it because, there have been some quality control issues and they've got the good stuff. I just wouldn't trust the Dejani.
All right, time for a side eye. Nope,
Should I
he
do
does
this
not get
separate?
the good insight. No, you did not lie. He was trying to insight about, what is she talking about? Because why are the goblin tribes starting to sell raw materials? And he just gives you the, wow, things have really changed in Ayamasange. Thank you for the news, sister.
You're
But
welcome.
also, no one trusts the Dejani.
Good.
rightly so.
They're stinky. I hear they poop on their canvas. You shouldn't take it.
He gives a laugh and just, if only that was the limit of the things they shit on.
He said a new word.
So, with that, the product is traded over to you guys. He does,
Yay!
any recommendations for, have you sailed these waters before?
We came into this region recently.
Our order is off of Samabella. Someone wanted a large amount of material shipped to Brula.
Brula. I remember that place, but I don't remember exactly why I remember that place.
Oh, take a moment. It'll click.
Oh no.
There it is.
Yeah.
Is that Jeffy Jeff?
Jeff.
Well, he is definitely our friend. This guy.
Oh yes. Heads up. If you ever see any Dow, introduce yourself as Lolly's friend. Especially if the Dow is named Jeff.
Be right back.
Is this like the protection of friendship, friend?
Uh-huh. Friendship
Ah.
is magic.
Ah. And he crosses back over to his boat and brings you a coconut. Friends share food and drink, and a coconut is both. And he just hands it over to you.
Thank you.
Now we are friends,
Oh.
according to our people.
Wait. I think I have something for you. Here. Hold out your hands.
Does so.
I give him... Shoot, I don't have any of my candy. Lestrin has candy. I give him a ration, and I flavor it like vanilla birthday cake.
He looks at it and he's like, a real authentic ration. Sometimes people that are going adventuring buy these, but
Try
we
it.
kind of...
It's
and
a special one.
He takes like a bite of some of the hardtack bread and just, oh, that's clever. I like. I will share this
I like
with
the
mine.
coconut. Sorry,
Gives you
go
this little bow. He gives you a little bow and just, now we are friends.
We are definitely friends. Well, that was all I wanted to trade for. Are we just keeping you company for a couple of miles?
I suppose so. We will break off after Samabella. But just so you know, if you ever in Okoa, Tamar, that is my family name. We own a small shipping company. We are your friends.
Ooh, okay. Thank you, Tamar. Wait, are you Tamar? Or is it like Gary's
No,
family where you're...
Tamar is our family name.
Oh,
It's a
is
family.
your name Gary?
No, I am Kato.
Oh, okay, Kato. Is that with a K?
Yes,
Okay.
and an O.
Well, I didn't know. It could have been a Q.
I like the joke. We have fun.
Did you have any halfling candy? Do you have halfling candy?
No, sister, I am sorry.
Oh,
Not have any halfling candy. But we'll probably pick some up in Ayamosunge before we head back, because they have good candy there, despite
Thank
not being the home country.
oh man, so good.
And with that, they give you a small... The whole crew seems pretty enamored with all of you now, especially now that they notice that Lolly, they have a dwarf, they have a human that actually speaks halfling. Like, it's a pretty interesting boat. And you get that, like, they're kind of checking you out. I mean, you even have, basically a devil man on board. And it's interesting to them. And basically, they offer to sail along close and in tandem, just in case of any raiders or anything, until they can split off to Brula.
Cool.
Now, with the Steel Tranquility, we normally make 1 check per day. So, as Jyotis is out, Gary, oh captain, my captain, would you roll a d12?
Captain. A d12, you say?
I do.
That is a 5.
Okay. All right. Well, with a 5, let's look. I don't think anything triggers on the Steel Tranquility at 5, but let me double check. There's my ocean travel table. Nope. Nothing in the Steel Tranquility happens on a 5. So the day and night go quite easily. Your boat sailing in tandem with them is always kind of a little faster based off of all the stuff you guys have done. But
yeah,
they do work to keep up, and you can tell that they're pushing themselves, and it kind of gives them that like steady on mentality. And when it does come time for them to split off, they give you a big rousing cheer and do a little dance for you and wave goodbye
Oh my
before
gosh.
splitting off.
I call out a halfling one of those common, like, yeah, go fuck yourself until next time. Kind of super friendly, vulgar,
I tried
things
to
that
do the
Brent.
dance.
Yeah. Roll a performance check, Lolly.
Yay!
And
Waiting
Gary,
my
I
whole
will need a
life for
diplomacy
this.
check for conveying in Halfling one of their colloquialisms.
So I rolled a 2, but I have +7, so 9.
You said
So, Gary, if you want to roll, I will let you roll with advantage. But this is a persuasion check.
a persuasion,
That does go
okay.
that way.
With
I did say a
advantage?
diplomacy because it's been a while. Yes, persuasion with advantage.
Well, I
And,
rolled a 15 and a 16, and I have a plus 5, so how about 21?
Recall the exact thing that at one point, the gardener's son, who was one of your friends, said under their breath and got the entire crew laughing at one point. And that is the exact thing you say. And once again, it works on everyone but the Goliath, who just kind of looks down, raises an eyebrow, and must mean something in their language.
I shout a giant colloquialism at him. Like, don't stub your toe on all these short people.
At least two of the halflings look up at you and like, hey, we speak giant.
Ah! Sorry.
The Goliath just laughs and just, safety to you.
And also with you.
So, they split off. The next day goes relatively easily. We are now 6 days away from the next storm, I do believe. Give a check.
Oh no, are we going to be on the Steel Tranquility when that thing hits?
No, because remember, you guys move about 6 squares per hour now.
Oh,
So
right.
you actually make good timing. And even if you were on the Steel Tranquility, it's relatively safe in the storm, which is why these are so valuable.
Oh, good.
And one of them having fallen at Lilani is a bad thing.
Yeah.
Hey,
Take
you
that,
wanted
Mr.
world
Tracker.
you wanted world news, you got world news. So
Yeah, we wanted that because, we live in that world
I know, it's weird.
and stuff.
So I believe measure this out, but
Woot.
yeah, that should be just a little over a day to get back. So considering everything you guys had to do to reach the Steel Tranquility last time, this is probably the better part of a 2-day trip. By the end of day 1, Gary, especially you, can tell that Jyotis is at the end of his capability, like he's just been drained of his stamina. And he keeps claiming it's because he's been working so hard on new inventions and ideas in his logbook. But he just looks a little extra drained. Weird. And,
Hi, phone echo under the table.
and he quietly asks if you don't mind taking over for him because he needs to catch up on some sleep badly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll give whoever is going to the crow's nest my spyglass so they can roll
All right.
advantage and all that great stuff.
Yeah.
That happens when you do stuff like that.
Yep. So,
I'll take a chance in the crow's nest.
all right, perfect. Well, Lestrin, give me one perception check before you get home to Alarasamal.
With advantage.
With advantage, because of the spyglass.
Sure. Try to set the box on a flat spot. Oh, thank goodness for advantage. It's a 15. The first one was a 2. 21.
Oh, yeah. Alarasamal has something interesting going on. And you spot this from that, edge of the vision with the 21 of that periscope. Not periscope. My God, why can I not word good tonight? Sorry.
I know the feel. I know.
Man, it's been a day. So, using what Gary gave you, because the word is still just abusing my brain.
Spyglass, telescope.
Thank you.
Looking glass. No, that's a mirror. Hang on. Spiegel.
Glass thingamabobber.
Yes.
Point and see.
Yeah, point and see. There we go.
I got it.
Kaleidoscope.
No,
A
that's
kaleidoscope
mine.
would be like a kaleidoscope would be like disadvantage on a perception check. What
I
the
imagine
hell is
Gary
going on?
gave Lolly one of those just to keep her from trying to touch the expensive
Right.
spyglass. Like, woo!
Wow, everything's so pretty, guys, and there's a billion Garys. Yeah. So,
Yes.
Lestrin, you do spot several
Okay.
ships outside the harbor of Alarisamal, which is kind of odd because Alarisamal is a shipping harbor. So, typically speaking, boats are going in and out, but they're not stationed in the Steel Tranquility. And that suspicion gives you that inclination to kind of look them over. You notice that while these are mercantile vessels, these are merchant marine vessels. And in fact, their colors that they are flying are very clearly Dejani vessels. There are 6 Dejani vessels outside the harbor port of Alarisamal that it's not quite a blockade because boats are still going by. But give me an insight check. With advantage. Because of how wonderful your perception was.
$13.
So, based off the fact that in your background as a dwarven soldier, one of the ways to kind of browbeat and get what you wanted is to show force without actually being forceful, you get kind of an inclination that something similar could be going on here. Difficult to tell specifically what or why or how much force they're genuinely showing, but it's just, it strikes you as odd. Is there anything you guys would like to do before you approach the, not a blockade?
Should
I
we?
do have a question.
Hmm.
Would it be in our interest, or would it be counter to our interest to actually fly the Gedizia's colors here? I know there's a rivalry, but is it enough to like make them go, "Yo, well, you fuck you"?
So, having joined the Gedizias, you would know this. I won't make you roll for this, but the Gedizias, despite having a rivalry with the Djani, the rivalry is specifically to underwater salvage. It's not to trading in ports. So typically speaking, the Gedizias are seen as a boon to any port they're a part of because they hunt some stuff underwater that no one quite likes. So yeah, it wouldn't be unsafe to fly their colors at least.
I will communicate that to everyone on the deck and have Lestrin make himself very visible.
Would
Sounds
that be
like
considered a
good
crow's
idea.
flex?
More or less, yeah.
I am
I
going
can-
to signal
I can-
the return of Captain Brightbeard and make him glow bright orange.
I was gonna say, I can, like, crackle.
More so just make yourself prominent, not necessarily draw a huge amount of attention to yourself, but Gedizia's flag plus a prominent dwarven presence on board the ship. And then I'm also going to call out Doyle and have him be a prominent dwarven presence on the deck.
Which he would largely interpret to be that you want him to flip them off with both hands while drinking beer.
I mean,
He's talented.
I didn't say it, but
Yeah, no, it's his interpretation of things. And yeah, sure, I got this. Don't you worry about it. Walks up to the edge of the boat and presents arms.
better middle fingers than cock
Yeah.
and balls.
Yep. Yeah. Got to keep it PG-13.
Why?
There's a kid on board. Come on. Anything else?
I think that should get us as far as we need to go.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like there's any military ships around. It's just all trading vessels.
So Latham, you would know this, that Dejani vessels are merchant marine vessels. They are all equipped with armaments.
Yeah.
And standardly speaking, there's at least one spellcaster aboard them, which is why they charge so much, because they have a better chance of getting through a storm than other vessels. That said, as the Lucky 87 comes through, I need a high or low call, Gary.
Oh, I'm actually going to roll myself so I have an idea. Because I'm being indecisive. That's going to be low.
Okay. With that, as the Lucky 87 begins final approach into Alaris Amal, there is, at first, one vessel that is coming by, nice and slow, and you pass it. And then suddenly it turns. And then a second vessel that was off in the more distance starts to turn, like it's been signaled as well. And then a third vessel. And it's closing in. It starts with that, like 800 to 1,000 foot distance, and then 600, and now about 500, and the other two are flanking it a little bit further back, about 300 feet more. But
Whistle, full sail, head for the docks immediately. Don't let them intercept.
Mm-hmm.
all right,
I'm going to do the paddle thing.
all right, Lolly. I would also let you know that before Jyotis went to bed, he would have trusted the crew with the wind fan.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to waft the wind fan.
All right, so
Walk past him.
yeah, what was that?
What would Sam say?
I said you're going to move us past the encounter.
Yep.
Yeah, that is
Waft, waft.
that is exactly what that does. You use the one charge of it for today because you do waft, 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 and then there's this boom as that wind whips out, catches the sail, and the boat flies. It goes hard enough where it pulls itself halfway out of the ocean and streams
Yes.
along, skidding, almost flying over the water.
Whee!
Whereas those other ships go full sail as well, but they cannot catch you. And by the time you pass the lighthouse of Alaris Amal, they have diverted off course and gone back to normal.
What was that about?
Nalthus, probably.
Ew.
We've made ourselves a bit of a pain in his ass, which is kind of the goal.
He is.
Also-
an
I
asshole.
imagine.
Not to metagame, but when Gary called low and I rolled a 91,
Ugh. That's low in
I rolled
the
a 3.
90s.
I rolled 3, and I decided, I guess that means I should go low.
Oh.
well, when you go low, I go high. So,
And how's that working out for you?
I mean, fine for me. I'm DMing tonight. In your game, not so fine.
That is very true.
All right.
You
So,
get
That
nightmares.
with
was
that-
freaky. I would suggest
that-
taking anything valuable off the boat.
Let's unload our cargo when we get to port.
Yes.
Are you docking at the Getty Zios docks or at the regular harbor docks?
I think we'll stick with the theme and keep the Getty Zias company, especially because Doyle.
Right.
Gonna.
Doyle gives a look and just, yes, I suppose that would be the wise decision. Never seen them send 3 boats after a little vessel like this. That you must have done something impressive. And unlike Gary, because you boat set with Doyle and you know how just aggravating he can be, this is a genuine compliment.
I'm having a quick flashback to day drunk Gary flipping off all of the dark arts.
Yeah.
Gary is on vacation.
Every one of you can suck it. Just,
Yeah.
Why is he Scottish all of a sudden?
I've been studying my dwarven insults.
Right. So, with that, your boat pulls into the Getty-Ziaz docks. You do notice that there is another ironclad vessel actually docked there. This one is not built entirely out of steel, unlike the last vessel. This one is a little smaller, but still impressive. It appears to have a full steam engine compartment, in addition to actual manual sails, just in case. It appears to be... ships don't really work like stories, but it appears to have equal parts between cargo hold and at least could probably... Yeah, multiple decks, could probably crew between 25 to 30 individuals. Does not seem to be crewed actively at the moment, though.
Oh, Gary? Do you have like a needle and thread?
Yeah, in my kit, checking the
Okay.
wardroom.
I rustle around in there. I am going to take my bagpipes and cut open the body of it and stuff the chest with the heart in there and then crappily sew it back up.
Okay.
And then put that in my pouch.
But the chest is larger than your bagpipes.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can still destroy your bagpipes should you wish. I'd be happy. But
no.
I'm sure everyone else would be happy too.
Measuring it against it.
Right.
I'm going to take some of the canvas and I'm going to make kind of a gunny sack then.
Okay.
Like a saddle sack. And plop that on Chuggers. And just do like a pair of them.
Are you taking Chuggers' collar off?
Before
flopping that large thing on him?
No. I put it on him when we dock and everything.
Okay. All right.
I kind of want it like...
Yeah, no, roll me...
I'm going to put the
roll me a disguise check.
Yeah.
Are you proficient in disguise kits?
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Or no, yeah,
I
you
am.
are.
Oh.
Yeah. Tools, disguise kit under Lolly.
Huh. I am.
So roll me a disguise check.
Okay, so what do I roll for disguise?
Normally it'd be dexterity, but I'd say
no.
this is more of an intelligence or a charisma. Actually, this is charismatic. This is like how to make something boring. So this is charisma.
Okay.
So proficiency plus charisma. So it's basically a +7 after rolling a d20.
Okay. 16 total.
Okay. It's a pretty decent job. It would be hard for most people to recognize. It doesn't look pretty, but it just looks like you've loaded Chuggers up with basic supplies like an axe beak should. Mm-hmm. I mean, someone who's extremely skilled may notice something, but there's lots of unloading and loading happening in docks all the time. It's unlikely this is going to get spotted.
Yeah. Okay.
And even then, at very least, they won't know what it is. They'll just notice, that they would notice there might be more than canvas and raw supplies there. They wouldn't go ooh, that's a super valuable thingy, McBobber. So, it's a good check.
Okay.
Sorry, I over-explained.
Protect this. Kill. Kill if anybody tries to take it who isn't us.
What?
Exactly. Work murder.
With that, when the ship pulls up, Doyle kind of races off and grabs the ropes and starts tying everything down. And just, all right, let's, you want to go meet Axord now with me, or do you just want me to surprise him? Be like, what's up, fuckface?
I mean, that's...
we should probably come along. I mean, I would love to see the surprise, but... I mean, you can just tell me about it later if it's easier.
He shrugs and just... Where are you staying?
Dingy Bird.
Favorite.
You go stay in.
It's pretty famous around here.
Point to it because I think you can see it from the Gedizia.
Yeah, you kind of can. And let me switch us over to the Alarsamal map because we're there now.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we are. Won't come
There
home.
you are.
All right, manage maps. Oh man, so many maps. We're not going back.
I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map.
Not going back to Mirage Talvar yet.
I'll lie, I kind of wanted to watch the Dora the Explorer movie.
I'm morbidly curious, I must say.
I feel like it'd be really good.
I'm dealing with you guys in D&D, so we're going to do that.
Map! Yay!
Or there will be consequences. So, you now are all at the Gedizya's dock. After Doyle ties off the boat, a few of the general dwarves working at the Gedizya's and a couple of humans come up to help, and Doyle quickly shoos them away with a like, "You'll just wreck it. I've got it. Go.
Yay!
Afterwards, you hear him, and Lestrin, you understand his fluency and his penchant for cursing out every single one of them with regards that make a drill sergeant sound like a soft, caring, motherly figure. And with that, he kind of stomps off into the main office, calling out for Axe Sword in a tone that is audible from the outside.
Bye, Doyle!
Bye, Lolly!
See you later.
Oh, I'm sure.
Do we have enough time for me to go check on the goblins?
We should.
How
I
late
can't
is
imagine though.
It's evening, so
Okay.
it is approximately 6 bells. The sun is setting.
Okay.
Again, beautiful sky, orange and pink. The city is relatively peaceful. Doesn't seem like anything wrong.
Yeah, it might be pushing it. We'll see after the storm. Let's go check on Zarbel, though.
So, anyone else? Any opinions on that, or is that where you guys are going?
I'll go.
No, I'll go along.
I'm going.
I do want to check in with. I do want to go into the Dingy Bird and drop off some of our stuff, and I need to make arrangements for the unloading of the things that we brought along.
Yeah.
Echo, after giving a half cough, kind of walks over to Latham and just, "So are you paying me again?"
And I suppose you're asking me this time because you know I overpaid you.
Last time.
Yes.
I mean, it bought my loyalty. It really did.
And I'm sure
I basically sit around waiting for you guys now.
And I'm sure she'd be helped to steal that loyalty. At any rate, we'll keep it to standard rates this time.
Rolls her eyes a little bit, but fine, standard rate. I understand you didn't make a lot of money in the city.
Be such a tight ass.
Not this time around, unfortunately. Although it was certainly exciting. So keep the standard rate. Although I do throw in a little extra. We'll go an extra 20 gold.
All right, perfect. Well, she was 4 gold per day anyway, so I believe in total this was like a 6-day trip. So
4 times 6. Yeah.
Yeah. So 44 gold to her. She is quite happy with that. And, sorry. Again, no brain. No brain. Sorry.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then once we unload the cargo, I'll also deliver her, a bonus.
Yeah, no, she, Gary, when you tried to deliver her a bonus, she's just like, I already got Latham to overpay me. I'm good. I don't need to drag you guys through the mud.
Okay.
Wow.
I didn't
nice.
know. I didn't know he added to the pot, so that works.
Well, I mean, I like working with you guys. You pay well, and occasionally I get a really good story.
And Jyotis already gave her a tip. She was like, just the tip, just the tip.
she gets a little bit of a blush, which is kind of greenish for her blue cheeks, and then just kills that real quick with a like, oh right, you have no idea what that means.
The bird said it.
Right.
Eye twitches a little more. And she's right. I'm going to Aquarius. I'll see you all later. If Jyotis ever recovers, let him know. I will always be there for breakfast. And she
we'll let you know when we set sail again and see if you want to come with, eh?
Sounds good.
Right. Rest well. Enjoy your time on land.
Always do. Especially when I get off a boat.
All right. So.
With that, she departs, and she is now considered paid, still loyal.
And what am I? What's our take?
Agreed upon amount was 150 gold, and you were paid, I forget how much up front.
I'm sure. I wrote it down somewhere, but I left my notebook in Costa Rica.
700 gold?
Ha! Ha, ha, ha.
150 each. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Okay, 16,000 it is. All right.
What's that? 16,000 enemies you want to face at once? Got it. Understood. I'll let you go first. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I didn't write it down on my character sheet.
I think
it
was 150 gold per ton on the cargo shipment. Not distributed amongst the group. It was marked that Garret was paid, but unless you've marked it on your character sheet, I don't think you took anything, because I think it was like 10 to 20 gold up front, but 150 gold when you reach the place.
I have 298 gold pieces.
Yeah, but that was after the Great Divide when you finally all did the thing.
Okay, so I think it has been, and then the other 150 has not been distributed?
Yeah, correct.
Alright, let me see if that pinned message is up here somewhere. That divide.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the gold distribution charts on your characters. Why am I doing this for you? Why am I doing math for you?
It is for sure in the...
I'm gonna feel a lot less bad when I steal your gold.
Here, I'll hit it and link it again. Then Bob can pin it in Steel Tranquility.
No, I see it under bank. I just...
No,
the divider. Yes, I do love the divider. I will.
Yeah, would you pin that? That would be great.
Yeah, it's pinned in the tomb.
Okay.
Now it's pinned here too.
Wonderful.
It's pinned places.
So 150 amongst how many do we have now? 6?
Technically speaking, yes, because there's 5 of you and the ship it gets a share.
Right. Oh, I could probably have mathed that on my own, but meh.
No.
25. Everybody gets 25, including the ship.
Yay! Good job, Bodie McBoatface.
Exactly.
That was for line 18, the ship cargo?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bodie McBoatface. And other examples of democracy.
Have the boat's bank somewhere.
It's on the chart, but in the meantime...
There?
Yeah, this is weird. Anyways. So, is everyone going to see Zarbel or just Lolly? What's going on?
I thought everyone was. Or at least most people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all good.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
All right. So, being as that it's late in the day, all of you managed to catch exactly when the 2 Yuan Ti are being escorted out by the Summer Sun Corsairs that serve as the Isles Patrol, the tricorns of the Trinisbad. So you do see those two, and they give you the equivalent of a snake nod, because it's just this, like, their eyes come to you and they don't hiss. And then
Echoes, Isa!
Yes.
Hi. I'm Lolly.
Hello.
Do you remember?
Yes, you are unforgettable.
How's it going? How's Zarbal treating you?
She treats us fairly.
Are you doing okay? Are your accommodations still good? Do you have comfy beds?
They are fair.
And are they feeding you enough?
She gives this, like, wide, toothy smile and just, enough.
Do you want more? I don't. Okay. Hi.
And she gets this, like, again, this almost expression, and the male Yuan-Ti kind of looks at her with this, like, why are you smiling so much? And she just, it is difficult to describe, but our appetites are more than most. So, are we always hungry for more? You can say that. Do we need it? No. We are surviving. We are doing well and paying our discrepancies against Alarisum.
All right. And you guys are happy?
What was that?
And you guys are happy?
The male kind of shrugs, and she gives a small nod and just, Zarbal is fair. Zarbal's work is at least not mundane hitting rocks, so we appreciate it. It could be far worse. We could still be in a cave.
All right. Well, write to me if you need anything, okay?
She gives you, like, the glance goes from that, like, neutral kind of cocky smile to, like, she has a break moment where she genuinely looks at you for a second and just, forgive me, I forget how genuine you are. Yes, if we need something, I will write to you.
Okay.
But our debt is being paid. Forgive us, we must return to our... She looks at the tricorn, who just kind of, like, takes that half step back from her, gets the spear a little ready. Accommodations.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to them, and it seems like you've been doing good work, but hopefully you guys won't have to do this for a while.
She shrugs and just, we have to survive, so we have to work to survive. We work. There's not a lot of harm in that.
Okay. All right, bye.
And sure enough, those two step into a very familiar cart and go away.
Is it the cart that we used before?
Yes, yeah.
That's why it's a very familiar cart.
Oh shit, we need that.
Chuggers looks at that Axebeak. That Axebeak looks at Chuggers. They have that, like, you moment, and it wanders off.
I like it.
Sure enough, Zarbal, hearing Lolly, because Lolly is not quiet, pops out, and she is wearing something of, like, a dress that has... It's still practical in as much that she has a tool belt on her, but it has little bells tied to it, so it kind of jingles as she walks, and she looks kind of dressed to go have fun.
Ooh.
And her hair's done up very nicely, and most of the grease stains on her are gone.
Whoa,
And
she's spiky, right?
yeah, she kind of looks at the group of you and just, oh, you're back. Oh, God, it's good to see you guys.
Hi. Are we interrupting something? I just wanted to check in and see how y'all are doing.
And she gives that, like, I think you might be. Oh, yeah. I have places to be in a while, but yeah. You want to see some stuff?
Yes.
Always.
Oh, here, wait.
She's like,
I've got some canvas for you. And, I kind of pull on Chuggers with the pounds of canvas on him.
and she's like, oh, yeah, just put it anywhere. And when she opens the doors, you can tell that this place is instantaneously a mix of UNT cold calculation on where things should go and Zarbel's absolute fucking chaos of every project she's worked
so
on.
hard, yeah.
They are trying so hard, and it's halfway decent on their control. And so she's like, yeah, just put it right over there, right over there. And in the meantime, the gentleman who is supposed to be in charge is just polishing his glasses, sees this insane blue Firbolg, quote unquote, come through the door with lots of canvas and just, what now? And she just, oh, it's okay, go to sleep. And sure enough, he does, because she cast the sleep spell again.
That is neat, and you have got to show me at some point. Anyways.
She just giggles and just, yeah. So anyways, I finished it. You guys are gonna love this thing. And she looks at Lester and just, you want to help me carry it outside? Because it's this big, and I mean like 6 feet tall, wider than Lesterin, cloth-covered cylindrical object that looks like it could weigh upwards of 150 to 200 pounds.
What is it?
I'll show you.
Yeah.
And sure enough, when it is safely moved outside, because I think Lestrin's in the middle of restarting right now. When
here.
it is, oh, hello, welcome back, Lestrin. Sorry.
Wubba.
Wobble.
When it is safely been moved outside, and only just, she removes the canvas covering it, and it is a much larger version of the electromagnet she had been experimenting with earlier. This time there is 2 metallic plates and long wrappings of a metallic wire that appeared to be almost rainbow in coloration, especially with the sunset. And she just kind of chuckles and says, hey, Lestrin, can I tap you with one of the tuning forks again? You mind?
No, go ahead.
Lestrin, make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh. $18.
Yeah, this time you take no damage. When she taps it on your forehead, you feel the twine of the Stormsmith's collar jolt through you, but you've gotten so much better at handling and projecting that energy that it safely travels into the little tuning fork-like instrument, and it sits there sparking in the middle of it, and she's, ooh, nice! And she runs up, taps the top, and sure enough, it fluxes through, and you see this little tiny spark go all the way through, but it wraps around the rainbow wire very quickly, and then jolts up the middle in this much larger electric reaction before just humming a little bit. And the device gives this pulsed aura with a little magic.
Away.
Gigawatts.
Oh, don't worry, it doesn't blast anyone anymore. It's good. It's great. Anyways, this thing right here is, I call it the Stormcatcher because I think we can actually harness the power of the Face Storm with it.
Is that a good idea?
I mean, considering the fact that it is a lot of energy, and also there's probably stuff inside the Face Storm, and I want to see it, yeah, I think it's a great idea.
There's definitely stuff inside the Face Storm.
So yeah, it's got to be explored. Got to be understood. Why the storms keep coming through the Isles and so unpredictably? Why is it like all this weird timing? Why is the storms in the ocean kind of clashing? I want to study it. So
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's done. It's ready. Problem is, no one is really willing to put it on a boat or take it into the wild. So, I was wondering, and
we
this
would
one,
glue this to our boat. Yes.
her eyes get the size
It's kind of like,
of.
look at Lolly.
I'm looking at Gary.
I'm
It's
just
not-
transfixed with all the flashing and rainbows.
I'm looking at our insurance contract.
This is like that scene from Shrek 2. Donkey!
Donkey.
Doesn't this count as an aftermarket accessory?
Well, it's definitely not manufactured.
Look, I will bankroll this myself. I will put every penny I have into this because I swear that we can do this. And at very least, we will have a powerful magic battery, the likes of which could make millions of lives easier. Otherwise, we could potentially be the first people to explore the face storm.
Amazing.
It's me.
I would
Wanna
want to speak to our engineer before we make any final decisions.
Yeah, where is he?
He pushed himself a bit too hard, so he is unconscious on the ship right now.
Huh.
Sleeping.
I told him he should sleep at least one day a week.
I don't know if he's taking that advice properly. Good
It seems to be this is that day.
It would appear that today is the day.
Okay, well, I mean, I understand that it's risky. It could blow up your boat. But in the meantime, I will put my entire family value of 2,500 gold on this.
Wow.
And she kind of taps it and it zaps her and she's like, yeah.
Wow.
We will have further discussion when we're certain that we can not die.
You can never be certain that you're not going to die. I almost died when you
More
guys met me.
More certain then? I want to at least understand the odds, and then I will commit. We definitely want to help you with this, but with the current condition of our, with the current status of our ship, I want to make sure that this is not suicide. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what everyone else said.
Yeah,
She
sometimes
kind of
we have to,
sighs,
err on the side of
flabbergasted,
caution.
deflates a little. All right. Throws the
It's our
cover
only
back on
means of
it.
conveyance.
Oh.
We
Lester,
spoil
would
them, but it is our only means of conveyance.
Lester, would you carry that back in for me?
Can do.
I am already making like a minor illusion version of it, just like.
Yeah, and it also has a giant lightning rod up on top. So, like, you put a 6-foot metal spike up on top of it. That way, it actually catches it. And we'd put it probably like up on top of the mast, maybe above a crow's nest or something, and just. Or
Little
maybe in front of the
palm-sized
bolt.
Lestrin appears at the top of my model and just gets zapped.
Well, it wouldn't work.
Oh my god, what?
Lester, and you come back out after putting this thing away, and the old man's sleeping and snoring, and you see Lolly making this perfect little image, no sound to it, which is probably a good thing because it's
Oh,
just
I'm
an
making the
immediate
sound,
giant
yeah.
bolt of lightning striking you on top of a ship while you're holding this device, and you just fry with this bright, brilliant light that shows your bones.
And then
I mean,
hop
it's a
on
lot
ship.
safer than that, I think, maybe.
Maybe.
My horse is amazing.
I mean, all the preliminary tests have been fine, but there hasn't been a storm yet. It's coming, but it hasn't been a storm yet.
A couple days.
Yeah. She points up to one of the lightning rods on the building. She's like, I'm hoping I can catch a stray bolt and actually tie something into it and see what happens. So, we'll see.
More data. Always.
Yeah, exactly.
More data.
Yeah.
That'll be
A little
fun.
bit of study. So, anyways, though, projects are going well. I bought some canvas from the goblins, Lolly. I like what you're thinking. My assistants are helping me with preliminary planning, but it involves a lot of raw materials, and I don't have that kind of money for both this and that. And frankly, this is the more exciting thing because this is proof of concept. If we get this thing working, then imagine if you could ride a storm. You could go so far so quickly, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's what I'm working on. And she like kind of looks up, half remembering something. She's like, "Oh, I'm late. Sorry. I
yes.
should go. Yeah.
Yes.
Bye.
Enjoy. Have a good night.
Wait.
What?
Good luck.
Wait. Really quick. Do Isos and Nika need anything else?
Scratches her head a
Do they
little
need
bit.
more money, or do they need any more? Because
No, they
said
have
that they eat a lot.
Yeah, they eat like they haven't been fed in their life. But
Oh my gosh.
that might just be a them thing. Because, admittedly, when I asked about it, Issa just said that it's like their appetites are bigger than most tall people.
Oh. Okay.
And I get it.
Well, if you need like extra money or anything, be sure to write to us. Or
Yeah, no, it's been fine. They've been great. They've been helpful. I've gotten everything I need from them. They're just so organized.
yeah. Well, if they're doing great, be sure to write the judge a good letter for them.
I've been vouching for them. Maybe they'll be released soon enough, but right now, you know how this town has a negative view on UNT, and I can kind of get it, because, the Vipers.
Yeah. Well, how about we pay them for a commission after they get released, and then you could keep them on the payroll.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Well,
With
anyways,
that,
have a nice night. You look
Yeah!
very pretty.
Yeah, go do the
Oh,
thing.
thanks! She goes scampering off into the Aquans district.
I really want to see what she's up to.
Don't be
I
nosy.
mean,
God, don't be nosy. She'll probably tell you about it.
But I have a big nose.
we can dress up and go on our own little dinner.
Yeah. Let's do that.
No.
But I really want to go say hello to Kimmy.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Always. Yay, Kim. And we should probably drop our stuff off and get rooms and junk.
I agree.
All right, so where are you guys heading next?
Probably Dingy Bird.
Yeah, let's stop by
Hello?
the dingy bed, drop off our things, and then, if not tonight, then tomorrow we should go check in with the Kai.
Well, tomorrow's going to be the storm, right?
No. Storm in 2 days. No, sorry, storm in 4 days. 4 days. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I thought for some reason that was tomorrow.
No, it was 6 days away when you guys left port. It took you 2 days to get home.
Okay.
It's 4 days away.
Thank you, Lesterin, for clarifying
Welcome.
that.
Sorry.
Thanks, God.
I'm sorry it's been a month and I didn't leave it in an obvious place where I'd be like, oh yeah, there's my note on the storms.
I
So,
wouldn't have been able to tell you anyway.
yeah, it's fine. We took too long. So,
All right. Dinky Bird.
yeah, so over at the Dingy Bird, Fairness is currently tending a very full bar, mostly human patronage inside. There's a few more halflings than there used to be, too, although the crowd is largely segregated with the humans in one section and about a quarter of it taken up by halflings in their own section. All sailing folk, but when you lot enter, Fairness kind of looks up. And by the way, Lolly, where is Chuggers going when you do this?
I'm leading him into the bar.
Yeah, so Fairness is just cleaning a bar glass and making some casual conversation when you roll into the bar and Chuggers right behind you, and Fairness looks up and is like, Mistress Lolly, absolutely not.
Oh. Okay. I turn Chuggers around and time up up front.
Oh.
I'll be right back, baby.
Yeah.
Huh?
I really
I'm
think
gonna
he's
take
okay
his saddlebags down.
outside.
He seems a little bit happier with that, at least.
All right.
After re-entering, Fairness has clearly poured some glasses out for people and is getting some food and drink ready, and has basically kicked at least one table of human sailors into another table to make room for you guys at a booth.
Oh, it's good to have friends and be welcomed home.
Well, good evening to the Silver Storm Seekers. By the way, this is you officially sponsoring my bar, I believe. So, welcome in. Your table.
Oh, it's official, is it?
Well, I've had 10 people apply to join your guild, so I would assume so.
Whoa.
That seems fair.
Actually.
I mean, in fairness, we have basically used your bar as our base of operations since we started this fun little adventure.
Yes, and there is mail deliveries as well if you need contracts. People are interested.
That is wonderful news. Yes, we will need to rest for the night, but I believe that we can definitely make use of that.
Good.
Is there anything you need from us?
Maybe a good story might be nice, but other than that, it's been pleasantly busy. People are mad at Dejani, and since the Silver Storm Seekers seem to have traded symbols at the Dejani, lots of people are paying patronage to their favorite bar.
Wonderful. What's up with them anyway? We kind of gave them a bit of a proper greeting on the way in, but not exactly sure when they moved in.
He, after he makes sure that you're all comfortably seated and has drinks coming to you, because at this point he just knows your favorites, he just, under his breath, unfortunately, Master Garret, Summerheart has not been keeping up with its agreed-upon diamond trade with the Dejani, and it is promoting a rather wicked response from Nalthus. He is attempting to strong-arm port, and in the meantime, he is trying to get Alarasamal to make demands of New Welkin by pressuring them economically. So far, no open conflict, but lots of veiled threats, cut-offs of fishing areas for patrol reasons. Just enough boats to where the Summer Sun Corsairs can't officially do something about it, but already there's news that people are petitioning for a Shadow Empress and to declare, at very least, an armistice or drive them out. Not sure how it's going to go.
What's a Shadow Empress?
Actually, Gary would know this, that Ayamasenge technically does not have a formal emperor or leader. It's divided amongst the magisters. But in times of war, someone of the Masunge line is promoted. And in fact, it's someone that you met, Lolly. Very kindly woman who you gave a hug.
Oh, Brit knows, but Lolly wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but Gary, you would know that she is the Magister who would be, in times of war, the Shadow Empress.
I'll give a very superficial explanation because I don't want to get too much into politics, as well
Right.
as I'm sure it would make Lolly fall asleep.
Mhm. Mhm. Cool. She sounds pretty.
Right.
Anyways, Tajo has and this is the Magister of the Harbor. You guys would know this. Tajo has a channel through the dark tide that if anyone can sink one of those damn ships without getting caught, he will pay a kingly ransom. From what I'm told, he will auction off or buy them a ship of equal or greater proportion to one of the Dejani vessels.
Who is this?
The Magister of the Harbor.
Okay.
Again, you guys have set up your contacts really well in this city, so you get... Fairness has the down low for you.
They gave us a bit of a chase on the way in.
That's not surprising, considering how much you
We've
spit in Naldis's eye.
Yeah. And then I kind of smile. Yeah.
I mean, I don't blame you. I quite appreciate it. Trust-
Pretentious dickheads deserve to be treated like pretentious dickheads.
I quite agree.
It looks like we are making a mark, which I enjoy immensely. Unfortunately, it does seem to be causing difficulties for others.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not exactly our fault the diamond mines aren't giving out as much.
Very true. Perhaps we should. Perhaps I have some contacts. Maybe I can find out something about what's going on.
Ooh. Oh, wait. I think I know what's going on. Or at least I was told part of it. Wasn't I? Wasn't there something interfering with the mining? I learned about it from, not Meek, but when I was
Grimsby?
Grimsby, yeah. No, not from Grimsby either. It was from when I was panning for the
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
houses.
Yeah, the dwarven there. Yeah.
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 Oh, he said something.
you-
Looking through.
Yeah,
here.
you did learn that their mines had been basically closed and that they were selling their backstock.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he
so
did
they're-
imply that
They're closed, but they're not dried up. Something's going on where they had to close them down.
Mhm.
The Valerines have been buying up jewels. And Thornwater Falls is where...
that was where you went mining.
Oh, sorry,
Thornwater.
yeah. But it was
You went
Boosh
mining.
at Thornwater Falls.
Yes, Boosh. Thank
Who
you.
was saying that there was, the Valerines were buying up all the jewels. And they might have been, like, buying up all the diamonds, too, to kind of corner the market on resurrection and stuff. But yeah. But yeah, it's still producing diamonds. It's just they're kind of, like, closing it. Huh. We'll have to go check that out at some point.
Yes, we might have to. Especially because it's finally reached the point where it inconveniences all of us.
Mm-hmm.
I have
that's-
some contacts. I will see if I can contact somebody.
That's about the only news worth mentioning so far. Aside from that, it's been pretty much business as usual. Nice calm period during the season of storms, so
That's good news, yes.
indeed.
Excuse me.
I feel you,
could
buddy.
do with
Yeah, it's
could do
almost
with a
9:30,
hockey.
so
Break time?
since it's almost 9:25, let's actually take like a 15-minute break. See everyone back at 9:40.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries. I lost track of time. I'm so sorry.
I'm going to
Okay.
go make some coffee.
All right, gotta remember how to play my character. 'cause-
Yeah, I gotta remember how to
getting
DM.
into character is a little difficult tonight. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh no, it's
I-
difficult
Your
for me to
brain
even
has
be in DM
melted.
mode tonight.
Yeah.
It's
that-
difficult for me to be awake right now.
Oh.
At one point, I had my Tabaxi character sheet up, and I'm like, oh, I have that. It's like, wait a second. I'm a dwarf. What am I doing?
I opened Tobias before I opened Garret.
I've missed you all too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Let's see if the rest of the characters in this world missed us.
So we gotta do like a grab whatever character, and we're gonna do a one-off in this world.
That would be great.
Amazing.
I'm looking
There's no
forward to
content here
tomorrow,
for it.
though. That's for sure. Woohoo!
I'm looking forward to whatever you're gonna tell me that you did.
Yes. Oh man, that's a story to tell.
All right. So, Trebi, you good?
Yes.
Sam, would you mind doing the Fidelio?
3, 2, 1, Fidelio.
And we're back. So, if nothing else, dinner goes relatively uneventfully, aside from a couple of drunken sailors yelling at each other. As the drinks do flow, there is moments of a little animosity between halfling and humans. It doesn't break into anything because Fairness is a tidy bartender. For one person, he is everywhere where he needs to be and
Anytime
smooths
somebody
things
gets
out.
up- yeah, anytime somebody gets up to like start shiz with another table or something, the sound of a small fart from their direction.
Yeah, these are sailors. They don't care about small farts. They,
I want to.
if anything,
I would like to try something.
Oh, what would you like to try?
Ooh.
I want to tell a halfling sailing story
Ooh.
translated into the common tongue to the humans.
All right.
Are you telling to the whole group or to?
Oh
the
yeah,
whole
yeah.
bar,
I'm basically getting up in front of everybody and
Ding, 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 ding,
doing
tell-
a little bit of a.
stories.
And then, as Garret begins his story, a tired, looking like he slept for a day and it's still catching up to him, Jyotis
and or drunk.
wanders into the bar.
What
and I
would
don't-
you do with the groggy Jyotis.
Cute.
I don't know if he can talk to us, but I think he can hear us.
Makes it all the better.
And not be able to talk.
Well, he might be on his phone, so.
Okay.
Still talk on your phone.
No, I can only scroll on my phone. Garret, what's your story?
I don't know the.
Time.
At this point, I can't really make up anything, but let's find the old man in the sea.
Oh no.
Oh, man. Performance with disadvantage.
All right, give me a minute. I'm not working at my best improv at this point because I have not had nearly enough caffeine. But one of the
Hands up, face of the crowd.
no, okay, their creation myth,
Oh, yeah. The giant turtle.
the giant turtle, and I'm going to tell as best as I can, translated completely into common, so the halflings will clearly recognize what I'm doing. But
Mhm.
then the humans will be like, oh, that's an interesting story. And it's like, yeah, well, they made it up, motherfuckers. Stop giving them shit. You know?
All right. You can roll a straight performance. If you were old man and the seeing it, that would be a
No.
disadvantage. Because, God,
just
why would
trying
you
to-
make me
yeah.
relive that?
Oh God, I'm cheering that shit on. Like I'm all about a good story, and it's been too long. It's a good
Mhm.
So,
good bit of bar fun.
performance or persuasion?
This is a performance.
I just wanted
You are
to clarify.
inspired.
Oh, inspiration. And I'm going to
Yep.
use my DM inspiration as well. Because that first roll was not wonderful. Okay. And what do I roll for your inspiration, sir?
D4.
D4?
No, it's a D6 at least.
Oh, I'm up to that point?
What?
Please verify.
It's a D8.
D8.
What?
The way I'm looking at Barding Inspiration.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. All right, we have. You said performance,
Mm-hmm.
so math. 26.
Oh, yeah. No, this is an enchanting and enrapturing tale. You started off with the tradition that the world was ocean and darkness, ruled by monsters, and that the mother of the sea, who gave us the blue jewel, she bit by bit rose up the land and basically begged the god of fire to bring forth the creations from beneath the ocean to give people safety and to bring them and to make this beautiful world, this tranquil, endless ocean of isles and just bountiful exploration that could be had. And this tale spans thousands of years, according to Halfling tradition, because to them, anything worth doing is worth taking the time to do properly. So when the gods make something, it's not this like 7 days and we're done. No, this is meticulous, crafty, beautiful. And the way you tell this story is so enrapturing that even Fairness stops serving to just listen and just keep a keen ear. And at the end of it, you have both the halflings and the humans actually kind of actively cheering on for the good moments and quieting for the rough moments of the creation myth. And at last you come to the part where, in essence, halfling creation myths all involve that either you band together as family or you die alone. And that is the truth of the world to them. And when you finish that, there's a somber moment over the bar. And low murmurs in both parties. And then, sure enough, a few of the halfling sailors offer to buy the halflings their rounds, and the halfling sailors offer to buy the humans theirs. And it is the kind of peace that you watch only achieved once in a rare while. And more importantly, it's the kind of peace where person after person, as the bar is beginning to close and the night is getting towards the 12th bell, that walks up to you and drunkenly slurring like, "That was a good story. I still with you anytime." And at least half that bar promises themselves that if you ever need them on a vessel, they will be there for you. Most of these are fisher folk, but a few are Summer Sun Corsairs. And Fairness closes the bar shortly after the 12th bell because he got so distracted that things piled up a bit. But with
You
the
need
end,
some help with cleanup, eh?
he kind of looks around and just, I don't normally let it get away from me this much, but that was a very excellent story. And
It's a good way to keep the peace.
aye. And it didn't even have to involve misogyny. Normally, sailors, well, you know.
The sailors.
That-
I need to send a courier in the morning. Where's the best one in this area?
Well, I suppose my familiar could do it for you. No, do you need a human courier, or would...
No, it's
Snaps
just-
his hand and Gulliver the seagull appears on his shoulder.
Gulliver.
I haven't written the missive yet, but give me a couple of hours. If you need some help cleaning up, though, let me know.
Oh, no, I can handle this just fine. And sure enough, you do notice that there appears to at least be one unseen servant cleaning, and Mage Hand does a hell of a job along with prestidigitation.
I'm going to go up into my quarters in this particular place, rummage around at the bottom of my trunk, and pull out my family seal,
Mm,
the wax, the
juicy.
paper. Sit down, and I'm going to compose a letter to Brisina, my oldest sister.
All right. Second to pull up some notes.
Test.
Hey, there he
Yeah.
is.
We have sound.
We have a ship.
I'm still sleeping.
Signal.
Just signal me when I need to wake up.
Yeah, no, you wandered in to this bar at night, very tired, and just kind of wandered to bed. But
Oh, tired, guys.
there's that page. I only have
Trying to
6
compare
tabs of
what's
notes
happened
open
to
right
you,
now.
but understandably,
Those are
We
rookie
tied.
numbers.
what are you doing?
Unfortunately, I brought the wrong headset, so I was going to use the computer and realized I needed to use my phone, so hopefully it works.
Oh. You on for realsies, or you just popped in for a little bit?
I'm on for realsies, hopefully.
Yeah. All right. So, Gary, anything that you wish to convey?
This is a person with whom I have very little contact.
Mm-hmm.
She's 14 years my senior,
Mm-hmm.
but she is the one that was taking over the family accounts. So I mostly want to look into, convey that I've heard rumors about what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about how the Dejani are putting a stranglehold on certain regions. In response to this, not that I definitely don't want to imply any way, shape, or form that it's affecting me, my business, what I'm trying to do, but
Mhm.
that I've heard about it. I want to try to be as passive as possible in all of this because I don't want to leave a breadcrumb trail
Mm-hmm.
any more than necessary. But I also want to make it known that I am in contact with problem solvers. So if there's a problem that needs solving, either she or Kira can contact me. But
Okay.
if I hear from Mother, Father, or Iston, I go silent, and they never hear from me again.
Okay. All right. So,
Seal that with my own personal seal.
mhm.
Or
And ask Gulliver to take it. And I'll tell exactly where Brisina's office is.
So, ironically, Brisina has an office in Alarisamal because she is the shipping contract and basically does some of the business for the family, whereas the rest of the family lives in New Welkin traditionally. Any noble family that wishes to grow their brand will typically have their eldest and most powerful child where they need to be to spread their name. And so she is currently, her offices are in town in the Aquins district, very close to the
Yeah, I just have
Gulliver takes that and flies off.
I certainly don't want to show up in person without sending some kind of...
Yeah.
Hey, this is a thing.
Yeah. Did you mention a way to get a hold of you or anything, or?
oh shit.
Yes. Sorry, that was another
Okay.
thing that I was thinking about. Have a note sent to Aquarius.
Okay. All right.
I
Duly
spent
noted.
very little time there, and I don't want to connect myself to anyone. Or
Yeah.
anything.
Got it. All right. Anyone else anything for the evening, or shall we progress to the next morning?
I'm tired.
I'm tired.
I think that sums up all of us.
Done.
Sleep, I believe, is the time.
All right. Well, the night goes uneventfully. The next morning comes.
Rest. Dun, dun, dun.
Fairness, while making breakfast, reports to you, Gary, under his breath again, that Gulliver can confirm it was successful in delivering the letter to who it was addressed, or to whom it was addressed.
Thank you. Lolly, I have a favor.
Hmm?
To ask.
Yes.
I want you to make me look as ridiculous as you can.
Done. You already do.
Well, I need help making me look a different kind of ridiculous.
Okay.
Looking rather burned.
Sure. I think I have a disguise kit. Do I not?
We just talked about this.
You do.
I don't, actually.
She has proficiency in it, but she does not have it.
Oh. Well,
I'm
let's
gonna
go
have to
shopping.
go shopping today.
Wait a second.
Get some makeup.
Jyotis might have it.
I mean, considering the thing that you have.
Which thing was that?
Ew, is it gonna be in his leg?
Is something
No.
like?
No.
Yeah.
Pull up the leg. Has some makeup inside of it.
I'm trying to get him to say the German name that he does not want to say. Come on, guys.
The Gesamtwerkzeug.
Gesamtwerkzeug. Yeah.
Less
Okay.
Yeah, that
Sorry.
floating little cube can become any tool set you need it to become. So
amazing.
And I also have Tinker's tools that can become anything also. It takes longer.
literally all Jyotis has to do is speak the command word and it transforms into a full kit of whatever he needs. So a disguise
So-
kit is a toolkit. It can become that.
So
Technically
with
make
that,
two.
how ridiculous do you need this, Gary? Because I can go pretty full on.
Brit, I think you cut off.
Oh, how
No, I
ridiculous
heard her.
do you need this?
Mostly, I just want to make sure that nobody who is watching where I'm going next will be able to recognize that it is I.
Okay. Well,
I don't
I
care
will
how
start
weird,
counting
ridiculous, or stupid it looks. I mostly just want to look
Perfect.
completely unrecognizable.
well, I start powdering your face, and it's like completely wrong for your skin tone. And I start doing up some makeup for you. Kind of like, here, wait. I've got it.
Oh no.
We have to give Lolly her head every once in a while, just so she
Mhm.
feels that she knows what she's doing. And I volunteered as tribute.
I put a wig on you, and I start painting
Oh, fuck.
freckles on you. And
Are you making me ginger?
it's like a blonde,
Is this
short
the
wig.
equivalent of whiteface?
Oh,
Oh no. Oh no, I know what you're doing. Oh my god.
some freckles and shoot, this is way too large. Let me find a different image for you. And just like some straw hair. Oh my
The worst part of this, at least for Jyotis, is him watching this amazing tool basically 3D print straw into a wig.
Well, you know, I mean, it can be used for that.
Oh, and Lolly, you can roll this this disguise check with advantage.
Okay.
I don't think
This-
that.
You
Yep.
make me happy.
Knew it. I knew it.
This This is exactly what I was
With
hoping.
advantage?
Yes, with advantage.
Right, still a 7 on the dice. But you said it was +7 before?
Yeah.
So 14.
It's not that you're not disguised. It's that it's so
Nobody would recognize you.
horrifying. Like, from 50 feet away, you look like a person who hasn't gotten enough sunlight on their face. And weirdly, only their face. Neck, perfectly fine. Arms, perfectly fine. But
You're very good
from
about the sunscreen on
25
face.
feet away, it is something that could be compared to an eldritch horror. Children may scream, women may faint, men may curse and throw themselves into the sea out of the knowledge that death is inevitable and worse is to come in the wake of you.
Damn.
So,
With that, I turn to Latham and say, "Will you please join me?"
Would it make you happy?
While I'm drawing their attention, I need you to collect something for me.
what are we doing and where are we going? Because I
Going to
Just
Aquarius.
staring at your face like, oh my god.
this is
All
both
right,
culturally
you know
inappropriate
what?
and
Fine.
illegal in several places.
I'll join you. And Latham makes his jacket bright and colorful, with like mostly white with like little splotches of color here and there. Like, well, if we're going ridiculous, we're going ridiculous.
I appreciate the camaraderie.
Guess this
mostly
episode we're
while-
just clowning around.
While I
Running
am
around.
drawing attention away, I would like you to check in at the front at the bar at Aquarius for a letter with my name on it.
Oh, well, in that case, all right. Latham goes back to his normal like.
You don't
So I
want
thought you wanted to make a scene. But if you're making a scene, I'll take care of what you want me to do. Give me the letter.
Mostly, I want to make a distraction so you can collect the missive.
This is amazing. I am so here for this.
I mean, I could just walk in and talk to them, but if you want to go distract, we can go distract. All right. Steel Tranquility then?
To Aquarius.
Aquarius?
Yeah, I was going to say, if you want to go into the middle of the ocean, I'm fine with that.
I
Do it.
I was thinking Aquarius. I pulled up the map, and then like immediately that was like in the lower part of the text. Like, oh, whoops.
No
I
worries.
can read.
I'm just being salty. So, the two of you are heading over to Aquarius. Is anyone else doing anything this morning, or shall we follow in their wake?
I mean, I'd just be buying candy, getting ready to go see.
Okay. Jyotis, Lestrin, anything from the two of you?
No?
Yeah, I'm just catching up.
Yeah,
I'm still in awe of the face.
right. Yeah, no, it's shocking to wake up to. It's like that coffee that's
There we
been
go.
made out of like giant chunky grounds that still like you chew and it's never gone out of your mouth. That's the mental equivalent of seeing that face where you're waking up but you don't want to, but you're more awake with each second with it. So, Gary, I want you to describe to me how you enter Aquarius, because the doors openly the glass doors open automatically as you pass the threshold of that pristine white hotel with blue roof. And I need to know what you're doing.
So, 17 performance to be not Garret.
Uh-huh.
And I want to act as much as possible like the most inept sailor you can imagine.
All right. Well,
Like somebody who's done a single tour, thinks they're freaking fantastic, but clearly is not.
I'm down for that. Anything in particular you'd like to announce as you enter this building, or are you just rolling in looking like you are the captain of your own vessel?
First thing out of my mouth is like, I got money in my pocket and I'm looking to spend it.
All right. Well, you see the bellhop of the morning, who is once again very disheveled, as is typical. Their cap is forgotten on the desk, upside down. They're half asleep, and when you enter, let's roll their perception check, see how they do. Oh yeah. They notice, and instantaneously they kind of stand up, do a little sway, grab their desk, pat the nice solid wood and the gold finish to just get that little bit of cold feeling in their fingertips, stare you down and just, sir, you don't, I think perhaps you have the wrong place.
Nah, man, I know exactly where I'm going. Where are the ladies?
Oh no, sir, and he comes departing around and kind of stumbles, catches himself. Roll the check.
Y'all all right there?
So sobers up quite suddenly.
You need your sea legs there, chap.
Sir, this is a pristine hotel, and you are a fucking clown. And walks over.
Yeah, well, get yourself something to drink there, buddy. You don't look too good. Hair of the dog?
Gary, what's your AC?
17.
I'd like you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check.
Ooh. I like both of those. Let's see here. 14.
Ooh. Well, Ty goes to attacker on this, right?
Normally, yeah.
Yeah. So, this bellhop, in their slightly disheveled uniform, almost stumble into you, but then perfectly grab the uniform and armor that you're wearing and just give this little bit of shove as they kind of stumble forward, and they're using their drunken momentum to slowly walk you back. And it's with this, you are not appropriate for the Aquarius, I am sorry, sir, but you need to choose another place to patronage at this hour, or at any hour. You are not welcome here. I would lose my job if I let you in to anywhere in here. Hotel, bar, doesn't matter. I wouldn't even let you in the washroom.
So while this is going on, shortly after Garret first walked in and causing at least the initial scene slightly before grappled, one runs on over to the front desk and kind of looking at him like everyone else, just questioning. Probably sees the clerk.
I would like very much to try to slip out of his grasp after he finishes.
Yeah. Latham, roll me either a deception or a stealth check. Your choice on this.
Oh, deception, of course.
Okay.
Deception 17.
Oh yeah. No, for the bellhop suddenly getting his constitution and charging forward and doing that drunken stumble into a grapple to start pushing the clown out, he absolutely doesn't notice anything about you aside from the fact that you look like a paying customer waiting for help. And in fact, he at one point kind of turns halfway towards you and just, sorry, sir, just be a minute. We'll get this riffraff out. And Gary, you may now make your opposing check, and I get to roll as well.
Natural 20. 24.
I got a 7. So he slips and falls on the floor before pushing himself back up to recover.
Please tell me he slipped on the thing that I spat out.
Yeah. Yeah. And his uniform is now stained just a little bit from it, and stands back up and just, sir, if I have to call the tricorns, I will. So help me gods, I will. I will call them upon you with the wrath of Cassius himself.
Man, I'm a paying customer. What's wrong with y'all?
Go pay anywhere else. I don't care. Go pay at the Masonge Palace. Just ask them to let you in there, too, because you might as well, you bumpkin bastard.
Hey, them's fighting words there, man.
stares.
You
at
ain't better than
wide-eyed.
me. You ain't better than me. Look at yourself. You look a mess.
Stares at you, wild-eyed, and like looks at the door, which is just about like 5 to 10 feet away. Goes running out of it. Would you like to try to stop him before he tears off?
I would like to stumble in just the right way that I might, quote, accidentally trip him up one last time.
Okay, this is something that just requires an attack roll, so go ahead and roll that.
Unarmed?
Yes.
Oh, that is another natural 20.
Okay.
So 24 to hit?
Oh, it hits. Gary, high or low?
Let's go low because it didn't work last time.
Well, it didn't work this time either. You trip him, and it catches him completely off guard. I rolled a 5 on his reaction to this to try to make an acrobatics check through it. It does not
Ouch.
work. He goes stumbling. What's the old phrase? Ass over kettle?
Ass over tea kettle, I think.
Yeah.
That's one.
Yeah, ass over tea kettle, slams into the door, and you hear something break when he hits the door. And his body just slumps on the floor. He's not dead, but he's moaning in pain.
Oops.
Oh, we murdered him.
Latham, back to you during this 6 seconds. What would you like to do?
You Latham or you Garret?
You Latham. I was
Okay.
asking Latham, what would you like to do during this
Okay.
6 seconds? Because the first 6 seconds before grapple, you wander in and perform admirably. Next 6
Mhm.
seconds, you watch grapple. Next 6 seconds, you watch the trip and the fall and the slip. There is now
Okay,
a moaning.
rewinding
man
the
at the
tape
end of the
real
hall.
quick because I didn't quite catch. So Garret, you needed me to drop off a letter?
No, pick up a
You
letter.
pick up a letter.
Oh, okay.
So there should be something at the Aquarius bar addressed for Garret.
Okay.
It could be under the name Garret or it could be under the name Dariush.
All right. And do you want it to be known that you've picked it up? Or should I just not use your name at all?
If you no, it's probably best that it is picked up, but best that I personally don't do it.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I don't like. Got it. Okay. Roll tape forward. All right. So if I'm like I wander up to the bellhop again, kind of like looking at the scene, going, that is so strange. Excuse me. I'm here to pick up a parcel.
And Latham, you would know this, so I will give this to you, that Gary specifically described that it would be at the bar. And you know where the bar of this place is, actually, because you've been here before. This is the hotel you pick up Echo, because she always stays in the fanciest place in town.
Yeah, no, Echo and I've been here. All right, over to the bar.
All right.
Way more home there.
All right, so tape edit, cut in, 6 seconds to get down to the bar. That is the grapple. 6 seconds of Gary tripping this guy and this guy falling ass over tea kettle into a door and breaking something. That is you reaching that bar and restaurant area. Once again, Echo is there, but this time, in addition to her, there are at least 3 tables of patrons that appear to, well, roll a perception check.
Perception 14. And only 3. So 17.
Okay, that's still pretty good. 3. So, one of those tables is just having breakfast and drinks, and it's perfectly normal. One of those tables is discussing under their breath about how it sucks that the Valerines have sent them here and are not paying for the meal. And then the other table is loudly discussing who is the person who could beat this boy's ass when he walks into the bar for what he did to Isidon. And it's this giant engaged conversation where they're all throwing down coin on the table, saying, "No, I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I could lift him up and slam him into that table." And you can see the waitstaff in this place handling this very poorly. I rolled a 1 on their deception check, so they are not participating in the disguise of being here at all. The other table, again, is quietly complaining that Brisina did not pay for breakfast. And the third table, eating perfectly pleasantly. Echo is up at the bar and kind of watching this with an eyebrow raised. But the people keep mentioning this Darius when they're complaining about how one of them is more likely than the others, and they're betting on who can take him down. The bartender, you can clearly see human male, bald, middle-aged, possibly 50s to 60s, looks like they've just about had enough of this. And as you enter and look reasonably well presented, has this, "Yes, sir, may I help you?"
Yes. Excuse me. 2 things. 1, I'd like some fire whiskey. And number 2, might there be a letter for a friend of mine, Garret? I say quietly. What is that second part?
Yeah. Looks at it, and there is an envelope here marked for a DG.
Sounds. Yep, that would be correct.
I believe you are not him, sir. I trust that you represent him.
I do, and hence why I've come to pick it up.
Looks
He and
at you
I am his counsel, and
Very small retcon. I would give him my seal.
Oh, okay.
I forgot to mention it. It was in my brain when I was doing the whole thing. No, it was in my brain when I was doing the whole thing, but I completely forgot to mention it because I got so caught up in that horrific picture.
Yeah. So from my breast pocket, I kind of pull out a little thing, kind of between my fingers, hold up the end of the seal a little briefly, just to show him. Yeah, this is. You probably see it very well.
Yes,
even if it wasn't the real seal, why I would do that.
Yeah, no, and he pours you a glass of fire whiskey. On the rocks, sir, or just straight?
Neat. Always neat.
Excellent. Pours you a glass. Dwarfish from Yargrungle. Before Zarbanus destroyed the city, actually. Rare vintage, this. Quite valuable. And he puts it down on a coaster. And I gotta roll a thing. Do feel free to keep the commemorative coaster. And just quietly passes that to you.
So the coaster under the drink is what it's currently.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, so I'm gonna pick up the drink. Kind of still watching this chaos. About this point is probably where the bellkeep smacked his head.
Mm-hmm.
Raise my little glass. Go. Good for you. And just sip first, and then take back the fire whiskey. I set the glass back on top of the coaster, and using my finger, slide the coaster out nice and quick, just to pick up the coaster.
Roll me a sleight of hand check.
It's not a 1.
Hey, you still have your DM inspiration, don't you?
Yep,
I do. Although sleight has a +6. So we'll go with the DM inspiration. We'll take that for the reroll. And that's going to be nothing catastrophic this time. 15.
Yeah, this is relatively smooth. Again, it does not seem like any of the patrons other than Echo have taken notice of you, and she's just, "Hey, Latham, we going anywhere yet, or is it kind of port day?"
Good day for a drink.
Sounds good. She raises a glass to you, and she's got something pink.
Wander on over to the table that seems to be wanting to fight Garret. Well, are they still placing bets? Are they still
yeah. Yeah, no, it's a substantial pile now. It's approximately 25 gold on the table. And the recent one to start bragging is pointing at the rapier on his hip with just this I'm going to put the pointy end through each of his shoulders and make sure he never raises a sword hand ever again.
I'll walk up and I'm gonna walk up and say, I bet. So how much gold's on the table?
25.
Puts down an equal amount, says, I bet you that I can knock him unconscious and carry him out with a single finger.
This roar echoes across the table. Roll a persuasion check.
Persuasion. That's a 20. Not very. That's very 20.
Yeah, no, they give a roar and a clap and just now that's a man. That's a man. And you can see the other table that was trying to be more subtle is just at this point hands covering their heads with just the oh gods, we've been seen, we've been found, we're not getting paid. And sure enough, these 4 gentlemen here go like, all right, let's see it. You know when he's coming? Because we'd love to watch this.
Okay. So Thom saunters over. Garret, what are you doing right now?
Well, tape editing back to Garret. Garret, the gentleman who ran into the door, has broken something and fell to the floor. What do you do?
Broken something like in his body?
In his body. You heard a when he hit the door.
Well, that was not according to plan. I'm going to pick him up, carry him back to his stool, get him kind of situated, and hope that Latham has at least one spell that can heal up that damage a bit.
Yeah, no, while you walk him back, he's trying to stay off of his left leg, and each time he accidentally sets it down, he gives this yelp, which is, and after you sit him down, he's just, I may have been unkind to you. Oh, I'm gonna get fired.
Looks aren't everything, buddy, but tell you what, I got a buddy, I got another buddy, yeah, I got lots of buddies who might be able to help click that back the way it's supposed to be.
Oh,
please make that go away.
Yeah, no, delete that. No.
No.
Yeah,
delete.
No.
No. Remove.
Okay,
Thank you.
just so we're official, that and eyeball shit is not allowed.
Yeah, that's unsettling.
Yeah.
Well, man, all I wanted myself was a couple something to drink. I got paid after my first trip at sea.
I'm sorry. They would fire me for letting someone with face paint like you entering. What even are you supposed to be, sir?
Man, this ain't face paint. This is scurvy.
It just shifts in the chair to try to get away and hits the weight on the leg and just
Scurvy ain't contagious, you dumb butt.
Oh.
I just need me some fruit. That's all I need. And I'm hoping Latham shows up and I can be
So at this point...
Yeah, no, this is the close point where, Latham...
So I walk up authoritatively.
You have an entourage with you also.
Stop! Or
yeah.
So before you're you fiend! This is no place for you. And I'm gonna use sending. It's message Garret that I want him to, when I touch him, to collapse to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And then move as I move him.
Well, I'm playing along because this will be fun.
So I walk up, hand straight out, and middle finger flicks straight to the forehead.
Gary, do you try to resist with your armor class, or are you just going to let this happen?
Oh no, I'm going with it. I'm
Okay.
just rolling
Take
with it.
1 point of subdual damage from the most epic head flick in the history of existence for this performance.
Oh. Oh no! Want me to roll acrobatics to make it look good or something?
Oh yeah. Latham roll performance, Gary roll acrobatics.
I got a 16.
I got a 18 on the die.
Oh no, it looks authentic. It looks like Latham just
20.
rolled up and just
One
Right.
flick, man.
yeah.
One
And
flick!
ironically, so you know how Lolly's disguise was good enough to be horrifying. These 4 men suddenly and finally being removed from a bar come to their senses and get a like, is that? And sure enough, that's right when Latham just stopped and he's on the floor. And there's just this low whistle of the
Alright.
Another one under their breath is just, why is he a fucking clown? And the third is just, I think it's scurvy. They kind of
So-
whisper amongst each other and just, alright, 50 gold.
So Latham strolls a few feet back over to the table, pulls the money on the table into his, just grabs it, puts it into his pocket.
Yeah.
Quick little
Yeah, all
gesture
of them are just-
to echo, probably to echo, and then kind of follows that gesture over to the hurt bellhop, like, if you'd please.
Bellhop just
Um,
kind of nods and just, thank you. He doesn't belong here. He can't belong here. All the guards are like, these men who are clearly mercenaries are just, the Valerian family is disappointed in you. But now they'll be less disappointed because you're a fucking clown. Good day.
and with money in pocket, which I will split, I grab lightly by the scruff of the neck Garret and stroll on out.
Yeah, no, this is just a standard grapple where if Gary accepts
Yep.
it, it's fine. You grapple him and slowly pull him out of the fanciest hotel in town that you have effectively had a big day of things happen. Because a bar hop has broken their leg and will probably be fired for being intoxicated on the job. A bunch of mercs who were looking for a potential bet to win have now lost their money to Garret and Latham.
Well, there's 2 points to this that I want to complain about.
I'm sorry.
Firstly, I was hoping that you would at least heal that bellhop. And secondly, nobody was supposed to know it was fucking me.
Well, I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
say anything that it was you. All I know
He
was
rolled-
like,
no, but he said, I'm going to go beat up Gary with one finger. And in the meantime, they're following him.
no,
to
I'm
watch
sorry. I
this.
didn't. I said I meant to say like that. Oh, did I really say Gary?
Well, the person
They
they
were
were talking
clearly
about is
talking
him.
about me.
They were
Oh
following
yeah,
you
but I
to
didn't know
watch
they knew
it.
you was Garret. I knew it was
They were
like
following you to watch it, and they rolled damn well on a perception check finally to see through a disguise.
oh, they caught it.
They caught it.
You gave it away.
This went wonderfully poorly.
Yes, it
task,
did.
Task failed successfully.
Sorry, man.
Nobody was supposed to know I was even here.
No,
And you just
knew that.
told
I was
them.
way out. I didn't. No, they would. I didn't mean to say your name.
Can you throw a healing spell on his leg?
I don't have that ability. Otherwise, I would have.
Right.
That's why I asked or gestured to.
I thought
see
you
if-
had at least one of those types of spells, so I wasn't sure.
Nope. Nope. I love.
He's not that kind of bard, sir.
I just
You
know
have
it's
no
available
healing
to bards.
spells?
This is
Nope.
amazing.
I don't even know what's going on.
Well,
Frankly, neither do I.
I'm
'cause it's
learning
been
everything
nothing.
again. What's going on?
This is hilarious.
I just wanted to run a distraction while he picked up the note, and then he just told those mercenaries that I was in the goddamn building.
It's not that
didn't
he
even tell
openly
you so
told
much,
them.
like, I meant
It's
to,
he
like-
bet them that he could beat you, and then they were like, "Yeah, let's watch that." So they start rolling with him. They get a perception check to see you when they walk out there, and they rolled well.
So it wasn't so much as like I called them that they just perceived.
It's a comedy of errors. Like it's
Very much so. I just
And
wanted
again,
to make a distraction so that the frickin' note could be taken out without raising a fuss. Well, fortunately that happened, but Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, no one connected the note with you, but yeah, except for the bartender who doesn't
no
really
one
care.
knows that you got the note, but in the meantime, the rest.
The rest.
Sorry, man.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm
So,
surprised he picked it up, and he was dressed like kind of a slur, I guess, but it
Very quickly, just a complete side note. I read this wonderful. I heard about and then I read about this wonderful little. Is a description of a person, just a really distasteful, gross old man. And the way it was described in the text of it was he looked like an obscene phone call.
Yes, that is very much what you pulled off with Lolly's disguise, and
Yeah, I just wanted to raise a bit of a ruckus so that Latham could have a clear chance to just collect everything in GTFO. And
you
then
raised a ruckus, and
there was so many stupid things happened.
Oh my god! It was a
Do you
plan.
at least have prestidigitation?
Yes.
Gonna throw the frickin' wig away. Can you get this off my face?
Like, cleaning that up real quick.
Yes, he now again looks like Gary, and not the quote-unquote scurvy-ridden Gary. Oh god!
Once clear of the view, hands him the note and also the coinage from the table. At least you owe you that much.
incredible.
Again, task failed successfully.
Yes. Like, we accomplished the main points, just in a completely wrong fucking way.
I love D&D so much. Oh man! So, are you two heading somewhere else? Are you reading the note out there? What are you doing, Gary?
No, I'm going back to the bird.
Okay.
But I would also like to actively perceive that we're not being followed.
Oh, that's good. Roll a perception check.
Math. 13. Oh, I'm sorry, 14. Math.
Okay. Two of the mercenary groups do appear to be following. In fact, the one set that was complaining about having to pay for their own meal, and the other set that was much more vocal start to trail, but eventually kind of like have to depart because there's tricorns, and they look largely suspicious being in this big of groups. About halfway back, you do notice that especially Latham, you catch this because Gary is on the lookout for them, and then you key in on it also, that the set of gentlemen who had been previously just eating their breakfast is also kind of around in town, but they're doing a better job than the other two of keeping a watchful eye.
If he points that out to me, instead of going to the bird, I'm going to the Vault of the Kai.
Okay. And again, Gary, you would notice at least the first group, the group that watched Latham flick you with one finger to death.
Doink.
Oh, man. Again, I've never seen a task failed more successfully than this. This is amazing.
I mean, the
I've missed
salient
this.
points
Oh,
were
I-
accomplished, but Jesus.
I try to keep things entertaining.
This is some trauma bond level bullshit. And
It
it's
really
amazing.
is.
If nothing else, Latham just adds to the entertainment.
Right.
So instead of that, I'm going to the Vault of the Kai, because I don't want them to know where we're staying.
All right.
And I
Well,
don't want them to know where my boat is.
yeah, that makes sense. That checks.
And most people aren't going to go inside of the Vault of the Kai, but they all know, or at least my family all knows, that I had a bond with the halflings who worked
Yeah.
at the house.
So, Lestrin, I know where Lolly is, but Lestrin and Jyotis, are you doing anything this morning? It's time for the check-in.
I was following them.
It's that meme of like the person watching from the bush and then the person behind in another bush. So, Lestrin, roll me a stealth check for this.
I wasn't sneaky. I was just like,
Oh
I'm
no,
gonna-
just by the fact that you were
Oh.
not being a brazen idiot, I would like the stealth check.
okay,
Because
6, 8.
okay. You know, you do basic reconnaissance and following pretty well, but in the meantime, right about when they had the idea to walk in, having seen and heard about how Lolly impersonated you at the hotel once, you went, maybe I shouldn't go there, and you turned out to be the smartest out of this entire 3-person little group. While following them with your passive perception, you would also notice that there is 3 groups of 4 individuals that have started to tail them that break off when they get close to the Vault of the Kai. All of them at least moderately equipped with weapons, have that standard kind of mercenary fare about them. Jyotis, what's up with you?
Did we just get off the boat from our previous trip, basically? Is
Last
this
night.
The day after?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
were asleep until about like 10 bells.
Yep. Okay. Just making sure. Because I'm probably chatting a little bit too chatty for Fairness's taste.
Catty.
Fairness is back at the bar, just like, yes, Master Jyotis, that is a plan. Yes, that is also a drawing. Master Jyotis, I have prep work to do.
All right. Sorry, Fairness.
I'm sorry for being unbecoming, but it's not that I'm not trying to be a gracious host, but I need
That's
to
fair.
accomplish my tasks.
Right. I'll let you get to work. You have a good day.
Thank you. And in the meantime, Lolly, you have successfully bought however many gold worth of halfling candy you want.
Yes,
Assume,
all of it.
okay, well, I would limit you to
And
10
the
pounds of
disguise
halfling
kit.
candy.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, 10 pounds of halfling candy and a disguise
Yeah.
kit.
All right, disguise kit is standard price. 10 pounds of halfling candy, let's go for 2 gold.
Okay.
Let's see how much this costs standardly. Great. Rarity standard. I don't need to know rarity standard.
Sure you do.
There it is. Okay. 25 gold for the disguise kit.
And you said 10 pounds of candy? Sweet.
10 pounds of candy. You have a lot of halfling candy.
Sounds about like my
Amazing.
daughter's bucket.
And Lolly, you would also, even with your passive perception, at very least catch Gary and Latham heading to the Temple of the Kai, followed by Lestrin, and then also followed by 8 people?
Oh. Well, I was headed there next anyways. Come on, chuggers. And I toss him a piece of candy.
Yeah. And yep, Chuggers walks alongside you.
Oh yeah, I totally piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh.
Oh yeah, no, works great.
Candy.
There is
It's a candy.
no consequence towards feeding your mount infinite amounts of candy. Nope, nothing at all. Nothing bad could ever happen.
Diabetes.
Coma.
So
His foot got better.
so after I let Fairness do his thing, I'd probably just take a stroll on the dock quick.
Okay, all right. Well, you're in the docks district right now. Duly noted. And in the meantime, the
Outside
rest...
the dingy bird. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I imagine that Jyotis is almost like that meme of that gentleman who's just staring at things randomly, like
Looking at boats, taking
Right.
notes.
go ahead and roll me an investigation check on the boats.
Yes.
On the dock of a bay.
Wasting time. Anyway, investigation. That's a solid 19.
Yep, that's your number. So out of most of these boats, you begin to take little notes on like what they've kind of done right, like just kind of gathering individual notes on boats. And yeah, I heard it after I said it. And the interesting thing to you is that most of these vessels that are fishing vessels are coming in without their complete fill. And one of the things that you did overhear last night is that the Dajani currently have 6 ships outside of the harbor that are kind of forming a soft blockade on Alaris Amal. And you didn't hear any of the reasons why because you were so exhausted. The only thing that you did hear is that Lolly used the wind fan to get you guys away from the ships after they started chasing the Lucky 87.
Job.
But you are noticing a common trend that all of these vessels are coming in with less material, as in like fish or,
Like trade
clams
goods.
and oysters than they're supposed to. And so like it's not at a breaking point yet, but they're coming in with like between about 2/3 to half. And that does start to click in your head of like, oh, this is a soft blockade. They're slowly turning the screws here.
Right.
So back to the Temple of the Kai. As the lot of you approach the temple, the mercenaries that Lesterin, Latham, and Gary can notice 12 of, and Lolly can notice 8 of, quickly depart. In fact, the halfling representation of this side of town looks fairly negative on a bunch of humans well-armed, walking around looking a little bit threatening. So they break off, all of them, well before you reach the steps. But at the steps, of course, you guys are welcomed in, and both the Tricorn guards give you nods, as well as some of the halfling understudy priests and priestesses and acolytes give you warm welcomes, big waves, and just, welcome! Welcome!
I would like to step over to the Tricorns.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, did you see that group of thugs following us around?
Yes. Are they bothering you?
Very much.
Would
I
you like
believe
an
they are.
escort when you are done here?
We would prefer. I personally would prefer to not draw their attention. But it might be best to keep an eye on them. I think they're a rough sort.
The Tricorn that you speak to gives a nod and snaps his fingers. 2 others with halberds come over. You two, I want you to find those 12 men that were following them and begin to charge them for loitering. Threaten them, arrest them if need be. If they resist, blow your horns and we will respond in kind. We do not tolerate thieves. All of them break away and start running off, and I was here on the day you helped save this temple. We will do what we need to help. He kind of whispers, "They don't need to know they haven't stolen anything yet."
I think that
Good
must
to have friends.
It's good to have friends, yeah.
Yeah, you're in good standing in this town, aside from one place where Gary and Lolly now.
Whoa.
Well, that's well earned.
Yeah. Yep.
And I do it again too.
I know.
Well, I'm gonna get inside.
Mhm.
Figure we'll give them a couple of hours to chase them off, distract them, or what have you, and then get to where we need to go.
Oh yeah, no.
We're riding out with the Getty Zias in a couple of days, right?
Mhm. These guards, you can watch them as you walk up the stairs. The two that he sent after are just like bloodhounds. They go tracking, and you can immediately see them veer on one alley, and then 3 of those human mercenaries emerge and start kind of departing, and then they go down another alley, and 4 to 5 of them from that one. It's like they're just fishing through the entire halfling markets and just finding every single one of these people and scaring them away with a cold efficiency because they got a 19. So
Nice.
they're doing well.
Well, while they're doing their wonderful business, I would like very much to meet and confer with Kimmy if she has some time just to chat.
Yeah, it does not take long, and you guys are shown down to the main chamber again, where Kimmy is conducting a less than formal prayer. Again, at first when you guys enter, you think this might just be like something like a mass where she's just speaking. And then, Gary, roll me... Oh man, this would be a hard one. Roll me an intelligence check, Gary.
16 total.
Yeah, you figure it out first because you speak halfling. This is actually a marriage ceremony. And it takes about 15 minutes for her to walk through it, but in the meantime, again, since halflings are families, they're all sitting together in the water, letting the water wash over them. The bride and groom are basically at the center of this, but since this is like the conjoining of 2 families, they're all together. And it's sweet. There's about 20 of them. And after the ceremony, all of them are laughing, and the bride and groom are crying a little bit. It's just a sweet moment. And as they depart, a few of them even thank you for helping at the temple. And a few of the younger children like try to play with Lolly and engage with her really quick, like, "Lolly!
Hi.
Is there a
Hi!"
table for gifts?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's several in the back because this is a halfling wedding. So most of it is handcrafted and homemade. But in the meantime, it is everything from, you can tell that they've gotten the basics like cutlery and plates that have been actually cast in ceramic. And then there's even some brick and mortar that indicate like the first stones of their own house.
I'm just going to take 5 gold coins out of my pocket and lay them on the table. But try not to draw too much attention to that, but I'm not hiding it either.
Okay, I was going to say, if you want to, you can roll a sleight of hand. But in the meantime...
I'm not hiding it, but I'm definitely not going like, "Hey, everybody!" You know.
Oh, really? Have you learned something from that? So,
Fun.
yeah. You get a couple of nods of appreciation after doing that, and just blessings upon you. May the sun and wind find you.
Future.
And sure enough, Kimmy is looking jovial, energetic, well-rested. Her hair is loose and curly. That golden radiance of it is just an extra glow today. And she approaches specifically you, Gary, after you've gone to the wedding table and just, I heard you were back in town.
Just last night.
Yes. And she kind
Already
of
causing trouble.
raises an eyebrow a little bit at that and just, well, the ocean did not tell me that part. How can I help you?
Oh, you already have. The guards outside gave a bit of a distraction, but we always like to check in to see how things are going. You look well.
I am well. I have heard from my cousin that she is no longer imprisoned. And in the meantime, the temple is restored. So, I am well.
We should also, I look around to make sure nobody's too close. You may want to keep a very close eye on her.
She kind of narrows her eyes really quick and just, what is wrong?
She admitted to us that she was speaking to those others.
The cultists?
Yes. We still got her out of the fire. But her motivations, at least from what she told us, seem reasonable. But she is still involved with them. Somehow. Trying to make peace, maybe in a place where that attitude might get taken advantage of. Somebody should keep an eye on her. Just to make sure either she is not being manipulated, or to make sure she is not manipulating a situation.
She nods slowly and just, she always has been a little ambitious. I love her. She is my family, but it is concerning to hear.
She might be a bit in over her head and not realize it. She does have good intentions, best I could gather. But those cultists are dangerous, and if she exposes her neck, it might lead to trouble.
Well, I do not doubt your word. I trust you. So, I will. And she again looks in the water, and she gives this little whistle, like a, and two of the manta rays in the water depart into the deeper ocean beyond the temple itself. I will check in, and we'll have to see what we see. Hopefully, we are just being cautious.
That is my hope. It is the best thing to do. Though, if you do need our help again, contact me as quickly as you can.
I do believe I promised you payment for that, too.
Well, that's not why we're here. Unimportant. Friends help each other.
Well, you are definitely our friends here. So, come, sit. She kind of invites everyone over to the water's edge. Takes a seat. You have been kind and have given me good hope in multiple ways. So, how can I help? Aside from scaring off some individuals that were following you.
Fortunately, the Tricorns helped with that as much as anything else. Now, though, if I may be so bold, a bit of a blessing, for we are going with the Gedizias on a dive mission soon.
Her eyes get a little bigger at that. You will be safe, right?
As safe as we can be. We're in good hands. The dive master is rough, but competent. And we've had training. But whatever strings or waves or currents you can pull on our behalf would be most appreciated.
I will do what I can.
It would be greatly appreciated.
And she kind of walks over into the water and reaches down. And between two bits of coral, there is an oyster that opens its shell very slowly, revealing black pearls within it. She reaches down, grabs them, and as she pulls them from the water, they turn blue. Consider this a gift of the ocean speakers. The kind know those who help them, and we take care of those who help us. This is how we make this world safe. She kind of walks over, hands one to Latham, hands one to Lestrin, one to Gary, and one to Lolly.
It's
And
your story.
And the last one she kind of holds out back to Gary and just also for I believe his name is Jyotis.
Oh, you would be happy to know that his situation has been mostly resolved.
That is good to hear. I am glad that his temptation has been resolved, I hope, without him falling.
He made no deals, though
Very
from what I
good.
understand there is still a mark.
There is always a mark. We interact with dog power. It is there as an eternal temptation. But if we say no, and we keep marching, over time it fades like any scar. It will
I'll
at
be sure
least
to tell him.
active power. These are one use. If, and only if, a condition is afflicted upon you, you may crush this pearl, or will it to be crushed, and the dust of this pearl will break a condition. One, only one. Poison, paralysis. It cannot cure death, but confusion, charm even. The
Such a
ocean,
powerful gift.
the ocean is giving, but the ocean can be dark. Where the Gerisias go is where most cannot and dare not. Her heart is unknowable, and sometimes there are parasites living in her. I wish you safety, and I will listen. And I hope you return safely.
You'll be among the first to know when we do.
I shall pray daily for you.
Can I talk to you in secret, Kenny?
She kind of pauses and just, well, of course, my dear. I am here to help. So,
I mean,
if your friends do not mind,
oh no, they're fine. But wanted to make sure nobody could overhear us and see anything. But we recently came across something that I think you would be better served to protect.
lifts an eyebrow again. What do you mean?
Well, again, is there anywhere quiet and safe where nobody, not even fish, would hear us?
She again turns back to the water and just, and at this point, every single animal in the temple departs.
Sorry, fish.
And she turns.
Sorry,
She
flapjacks.
turns back towards the acolytes and, please leave us be. I am safe, I promise. These are the people who helped me save this temple. If I cannot trust them, I cannot trust you. And sure enough, those people depart too. It takes a minute or so, but the wedding has moved on to eating, and they're departing upstairs and everything. So
Okay. Once I'm reasonably certain that nobody's around for a little while, I reach into the saddlebags and I pull out the chest.
Hmm.
And I kind of like quietly open it. I'm like, I don't know what this is, but I'm so scared that we're gonna hurt it. Even Molly
Do you,
didn't know.
do you open it?
A little bit. I crack it a little bit so she can like peek in.
Well, she's a halfling, so she's gotta
No,
get
I
an
hold it
angle.
down. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. This would be a religion check, so let's see how that goes. Middling. Let me pull up Kimmy's stats really quick. Did not expect you to do this, even though you warned me you might do this. I did not expect this. I don't know why.
And I'm scared of it.
Okay. Let's come on down. Oh, that's disappointing. I would need some time to research it. That is a living... I think she's going to make a medicine check now. Oh my god, that's worse. Not rolling well as Kimmy. Again, I think, but I will need some time to look into this. I've never seen anything like it.
Okay.
Do you know why it is marked by the Knights of Imperatos?
I don't know.
Okay, where did you find it?
In the ocean. That's why I was like, Kimmy will know. She's ocean.
Can you leave it with me?
Did all
There.
of us roll on that thing?
Yeah.
I mean, I have a pearl now. I could probably take 10 minutes and ritual cast Identify on it now.
Would you like to?
I mean, here's where I'm scared though, is I have to be touching it the whole time, and I really do not want to touch this thing.
That's why I'm asking. Do you want to?
I'm scared. I need an adult.
I need an adult.
Again, your decision.
I mean, I would, closing it, because, it's in a lead-lined box for a reason, like Gary said. What do you think I should do? I mean, should I don't think I would hurt it if I tried casting Identify on it, but I still don't, I don't want to take the chance.
My worry is it's in a lead line box to hide it from someone or something.
Yeah.
And the longer it's open,
What if
the easier it is to
What if we
track.
build a tent made of lead, and then we hide under the tent? What if we just, paint ourselves in lead paint, and paint the box in lead paint, and then nobody could ever scry on us ever?
I'm not sure that would be wise.
This is a solid plan. I'm gonna go get some lead after this. But yeah, I haven't cast anything on it because I'm scared of it, and yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. There is something slightly outside of my own means, but if you know a powerful wizard, this seems like something that could be legendary. And there is a spell that reveals the history or story of legendary things.
Yeah.
But the difficulty is, without actually either seeing it or having an image of it, they would get less information.
Mm.
It is something the Grand Kai can do, but I cannot.
Who's the Grand Kai? Let me speak to your manager.
Did you just?
I'm now imagining Lolly with a Karen cut.
Thanks, I hate it.
I hate it too.
In Merit?
Merit? Okay.
Yes. It is, it is the most ancient city the halflings have. And Grand Kai, get you a name.
So just to clarify, it's a heart in a box, not a heart-shaped box.
It's not a heart-shaped box for full whole weeks.
Wish I could eat your cancer.
When you turn black.
Gonna do so much damage to you.
Hey, I've got a new complaint. Let me speak to your manager.
Forever. I can't even say. Forever in debt to your priceless advice.
All right, so it's Grand Kai Mirish.
No. The city is Merit, Maarit, and the Grand Kai is Lana.
Lana. Okay. And Kai Lana. Thank you for posting those.
No worries.
They are helpful.
I have to leave notes for me too.
Marit. The city of Marit.
Okay. All right. Well, can I leave this with you while we go wandering the world so that it doesn't get lost or broken or?
Oh yes,
Oh, okay. Oh, thank goodness.
I will keep careful tabs on it. And of course, anyone who is a registered guild with us can store things here anonymously. So, as you are registered with us, and she kind of gives a grin to Latham, we will maintain this for you in a vault.
Thank you.
I appreciate.
Oh, I feel so much better now.
I'm
It
glad.
was all like, ugh, scary.
I will do what
Yeah.
research I can, but I can't guarantee very much. I've never heard or seen of such a thing.
Whatever you can find would be most helpful.
Mm-hmm.
In the meantime, we will see ourselves out so that you can get back to your work and the party upstairs is no longer interrupted by our antics.
Oh, don't worry about them. They thought they got to see the heroes who saved the temple at their wedding. It is a good blessing.
I hope our contribution to their future will be useful and
I
helpful.
hope so too.
I
And you
put
had
a
better
whole
keep
pound of
contributing.
candy in there.
So you had better come back safe.
We will do our best, I promise. You can't get rid of us that easily.
She looks slightly aghast, like, I would never want to be with you. Oh, jokes. Got it. Sorry.
Double speak. Irony, I believe. I didn't pay attention in those lessons.
Well, I must soon resume my duties as there is more ceremonies and more blessings and more business. She kind of gives a shove to be done, but if you should wish, I always have time between appointments. Excuse me. I always have time between appointments. Come see me whenever you have time.
Awesome.
And you know where to find us, yes?
Yes, but unfortunately, I do not leave the temple very frequently.
Aye, but you can always send for us if you want company.
Of course.
Be well.
Be well.
Yeah, hey, Latham, can I borrow you for a moment? Over in
Yeah.
Sidebar Bob?
I can.
Oh no, what do you
While
do?
he's doing that, I'm going to put the silver hors d'oeuvre tray that we got from that party from Grimsby's Manor on their wedding table. Like, this is beautiful.
That's beautiful. That's perfect.
It's hilarious. I love it.
Gorgeous. It was definitely on the registry, right?
Oh, definitely.
Totally.
Sure was.
I forgot to ask Bob if any of those thugs were left-handed.
Ooh.
Good question.
With 6 fingers on one hand?
Man.
Ship, just because you posted that thing. Marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. Love, true love.
All right. I think. Are we all heading back to Dingy Bird?
As long as the coast is clear.
That's good. Although get all the mix-ups with everything else, you may want to secure a little bit while longer.
Wow.
Oh.
Makes something else is falling out. It's just an idea.
I'll go hang out with the party upstairs.
Yes. Big crashers.
Lolly?
And as we're leaving, I'll
Yes.
give one last look at that silver tray, nod my approval, and walk upstairs.
It's just got like Grimsby engraved on it.
Oh no. Oh no.
Just get your...
You sadly should have fixed that.
I can't think of a better home for that thing. I really can't.
Brilliant.
Oh
I
Oh,
probably
God.
a good amount of silver for them, so...
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, Latham, were you getting out right after this, or were you were you sticking around for the party also after Gary kind of like
No,
hung out
no.
with the party a while?
No, I'm taking off with Ship and or with Jyotis and
Lolly?
Lester and Lolly.
I'm still on the docks, I believe. So
Yeah, you're
no.
sitting on the dock of the bay.
That's right.
Watching the
We're random
tide roll away.
Do not
So-
want this.
I'm definitely
Latham-
singing the Wellerman when you all get back. Sugar and tea.
Latham- Upon your exit to the great outdoors, while kind of like encouraging Lolly and Lestrin to follow, which, by the way, Lolly and Lestrin, are you along for the ride?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You would notice one very pleased looking tricorn who Gary had previously spoken to, who kind of grins, runs up to you and just, "We are happy to report that there have been no less than 12 arrests for loitering in the last hour. So, have a safe and pleasant journey."
Thank you.
I thank you for your work. Hand had 2 pieces of silver.
"Oh, thank you, sir. Don't let anyone catch me taking this." He just slips it in his pocket.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Just keep the coast clear. One of my companions may be here a little while longer. That's all I ask.
Understood.
And with that, I'm heading back, or Latham's heading back to. I'm heading back to the
Yep.
the Dingy Bird.
Yeah, so Gary, while you like go to have some food with the party, you kind of do that like quick turnaround and realize that your party has departed a little bit more quickly than expected.
Meh.
And then a couple more minutes pass where some people are talking again, and then Kimmy's upstairs and she's kind of like slowly inching over towards the space where you're at, where like trying to interact with people but getting caught by each individual person who wants to like ask for her blessing and talk about the great beliefs of the great turtle and the justice of Cassius the great whale. And she's yes, and may Nanimaru never catch you. Yes, and slowly gets into your corner and just so many blessings to give today. Hi.
It must help to be so popular.
It sometimes is more harm than help.
Yes, I should tell you the story of this morning. That's more harm than help.
She raises an eyebrow and just, well, I would like to hear it. We can get a table and some drinks. This is a wedding.
Absolutely. Yes. Who am I to defy the laws of tradition?
Not in my temple. So the two of
With
you
a grin.
yeah, wind up seated and having drinks, and of course, like the acolytes are kind of trying to form a barrier after she whispers to a couple of them to like handle the blessings for her for a little while.
And I will regale her with the absolute stupid chaos of this morning. It's like, well, here's what I intended to happen, and then here's what really happened, and so...
I think you need to communicate specifically on your expectations with your lawyer.
I believe that would be the wisest choice.
Because I think you had a general plan, and he had a general plan, but then he found a way to make some money, and he went, this could be beneficial. It's not that he was thinking necessarily selfishly, but...
A miscommunication.
Yeah, she pulls one of the acolytes aside and just run these over to the Aquarius, that bellhop. And the acolyte gives a nod and takes off and just, I will send them a healing potion to help.
That's very kind. Can I contribute to its cost? I know those materials can be expensive.
You are contributing by spending time with me. Thank you. It will be considered your penance.
Ah, perfect. I did hurt that man. However, unintentional.
It sounds like a comedy of theirs.
It would make a wonderful story name.
It sounds like the kind of story that we would tell about something Nanimaru pulls as a prank.
Ah. These are the things that should be written in the annals of history.
Well, someone will write it. Just hope it's not that bellhop.
Not myself.
I don't know. Some of the halflings at this wedding had told me about your story that you told at the bar last night. I did not know you had so much care for our culture.
So, I had few friends as a child. The staff of the kitchens were mostly from the islands. And I spent a lot of time there. I didn't like my lessons much.
She kind of giggles at that and just... What was it? How to rip off? And she... Sorry, I was slightly racist. Must be the drink. Humans, especially Welkans, tend to think of halflings like we are all wait staff waiting to happen.
That was the attitude of my brother. One of the many reasons I ended up confronting him the way I did. He insulted a friend of mine.
Oh?
Yes. Young woman named Lyra. He was incredibly rude to her in front of me, and it was kind of a last straw because he was a monstrous. He had an ego the size of a small country.
Well, I do not like things being resolved with violence, but I can understand that when a brother treats someone like that, there is a time to correct them.
Unfortunately, violence is one of the few things at which I am very good.
I wouldn't say that. You are a good leader. Your friends respect you. You tell good stories. You've
I
kept a
stole
boat.
that story, I just translated it.
All stories are stolen. That is the point of a story.
I figured the best way to get these people to talk to one another was to give them something to bond over.
Well, it did work. It doesn't undo thousands of years of fear, many near wars, but it does help. You know,
It gives
surviving.
perspective. Sometimes all you need to do is see the world from a different perspective.
Agreed. But you should probably start seeing yourself from a different perspective. People are seeing you as a leader now.
Well, that is my misfortune as well as theirs.
It is not misfortune unless you don't care for them.
Well, I do care for them. It's just I ran away from responsibility only to find more.
That
A
is
different sort,
because-
but it's still responsibility.
That is because we are all responsible for things in life. Those of us who are struggling are not handling our responsibility. Whether it is overwhelming or whether we are choosing not to. It is just we are unable to handle it. That is why those who do handle things wind up taking new responsibility when they leave a life. It's not a bad thing that you are. In fact, it's very nice.
I'm glad I could do something. How did you get so wise?
Oh, years of seminary, angry old women saying, "This is the way, this is the way, this is the way, this is the way."
Another thing we have in common then. Angry old women.
Eventually I had to learn, otherwise they would have kept me there till I was an old woman.
Oh, we can't have that, can we?
No.
Another thing we have in common. The disapproval of angry old women.
Well, I hope not too many angry old women are pursuing you.
Just my mother.
Gross.
She kind of has that half pause and the like I get it, but I don't. What? Is
The
this
disapproval of an angry old woman.
Is
I
this
am
something
sorry.
you need to talk about?
Oh no. It's just one of many reasons I left home.
Well, sometimes things that drive us from our home are a trauma, and they are best shared because their burdens are weighty and carry. But as a community, we can build, recover. It's how
The community I have found since I've been here is a more further family than I ever had where I grew up.
that is why you take responsibility.
Aye. One must protect their family.
One. And Gary, roll me an insight check.
Not exactly. Oh, sorry, hang on. It jumped out of my dice tray.
No, leave the cat. Leave the cat. Jesus Christ.
You need to go rescue that?
No. The dog is just hyper.
Well, that turned into 21.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, so the thing finally clicks for you. This is probably about 30 minutes after everyone else has left. Kimmy has basically made a body shield so that the two of you could talk alone. She's been trying to give hints, but also terrible at it because she's grown up as a very, very decent and diligent woman of the church. And she's showing an interest in many things, not just as a pastor or as a priestess. And it's finally starting to click for you after all this time of oh.
Oh. What? Yes. Well, a very good company.
As are you. And I'm glad you stayed for a little extra.
Well, it's not my style to leave a party before it's completely burnt out.
There is what do they call it? A fashionable or a golden hour? I don't know. I don't go to many parties aside from the ones that come here. But there's like a fashionable time to leave, yes?
Always. Normally about 30 to 45 minutes after the crescendo.
Ah. But I would very much like if when you're in town we get to do this again?
I believe that sounds wonderful.
Good. I will start training in acolytes to cover for me just in case I need to step out for a time.
It's a wonderful plan. We should definitely make time for these conversations.
I like that. It would be nice. Like she's slowly detecting that a couple of acolytes are staring at her like, we need you for business. And I'm afraid I can't delay much longer, but I think
No
we can
worries.
do this.
That golden crescendo is coming up. I should make my
Yes.
way as well.
Thank you for coming here. And keep your friends safe. And you as well.
Always.
You're in
And
town
I hold up
tomorrow-
the pearl a bit.
Yeah. And if you're in town tomorrow, I would not complain if you came back.
Duly noted.
She gives you that very formal bow because now a lot of her acolytes are watching her, and she's, yes, very formal, very formal. Good day, sir. Have a great day. Many blessings upon you, my defender of the temple.
I'll give the standard response,
Yeah, no, and
nothing in halfling.
And as much as you do that, there's still a couple of snickers from a couple of the acolytes. But
I'll say
That's
my
big.
goodbyes to the bride and groom and show myself out with as much dignity as I can.
yeah, and on your way out, the tricorn, who again you had spoken to, is just happy to report 12 arrests for loitering and looming, threatening with weapons. I think a couple of days in the quarry will do them well for learning to leave the halfling community alone.
You and your men do things right. Very good.
We try, sir. You should be safe on the way back, but if you need us, give a holler.
Will do. Thank you again for your prompt assistance.
Of course, sir. And
I
so
will show myself out.
the rest of you, upon getting back towards the dingy bird, see Jyotis sketching what might be very well his 40th page while humming the Wellerman, occasionally slightly off key.
I'm singing it, and instead of saying Wellerman, I'm singing the Silver Storm come.
He's trying new lyrics.
You know.
So,
I keep hearing Tim Finnegan's Wake instead of the Wellerman.
Soon may the Silver Storm come and bring us sugar and tea and rum.
so the day is all of yours. Is there anything you would like to do?
I want to read the letter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bump up on.
Well, I know we've
When
spent
I
a lot
get
of time
back
with
to my
Gary,
room.
but does anyone have any complaints if Gary reads that letter?
Nope.
No. In fact,
Nope, we all look over his shoulder.
Super curious.
oh yeah.
You have a letter.
All right.
What's in the letter?
You feel
Gary,
Loppy's trunk or
Gary, are
Lolly's
you
trunk just flop onto your shoulder. What's in it?
Gary, are you okay with doing this in front of everyone, or is this a like Gary only thing?
Run away. You're fine to run away. We're just giving you shit.
Oh yeah. I think the first read I would like to do on my own.
All right.
And
Well.
if it
Yeah.
violates any of the conditions I set, then I will share with everybody and say, well, this bridge is burnt.
Yeah. The letter begins very formally with Darius. It is good to hear you are still alive. Contrary to popular belief, your actions were not the worst possible outcome at the party. Selling your armor is a disappointment to me, as I one day counted on you to help me set things right. Your brother is an idiot and a fool, and I may need your help to keep him in check again. The men that I have hired are there to test and act like his men, because I am attempting to insert spies into his camp. He has, for lack of a better term, accosted and managed to secure the diamond mines in Summervane. His little holdout mercenary group has also nearly started a war with the Orcish tribes that live nearby, as he failed to pay them. The situation is complicated and getting worse by the day. Mother has gone through most of our reserves, and the Dijani have demanded far greater numbers and are attempting to lower the prices. The actions are resulting in the entirety of Ayamasonge being under pressure. There is not an easy solution to this, outside of dealing with our brother. I do not long for violence, but violence at this point may be an answer. I could potentially raise a standing army, but Mother and Father believe that our brother can be brought back into the fold peacefully, and would view it as an embarrassment of the family if we went to war with one another. As you do prefer your subtle life and have subtle friends, perhaps you would be willing to look into this for me. If you are willing to meet, I am at our residence in the Aquans district. Please note that I have made sure all of my people on my payroll are secure, though not all of them are smart. I apologize in advance for this. It is hard to get good help. Liara says hello.
I will bring that down with me and I re-enter. And say, well, we have some insight into the issues with the Dijani and a possible way to help resolve it. And then I'll just place it on the table and slide it to the center.
About that, while y'all were doing what you were doing, I noticed
When Jyotis starts to talk, I pick it up to read it.
yeah, the ships coming in are slowly bringing in less and less cargo, especially the ones fishing.
Sounds like standard Dijani tactics.
Yeah, it's a soft blockade, I believe. Although I slept through it, didn't see it. What happened?
Just fill him in on the story.
Yeah, basically 3 ships tried to say hello and you said no. That's
Oof. The wind thing. Cool.
yeah, Lolly used a wind fan and basically went, not this encounter.
Thank you.
And it is not this day.
Nope.
But Jyotis, you would now know that there are 6 Dijani merchant marine vessels, which means that they are merchant vessels, but they are equipped fully and completely to defend themselves or potentially go to war. And at least 1 spellcaster is aboard each of those.
Yeah, similar to Fairness, correct?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, I relay as much information as I can, having been accrued.
Yeah, you would know that they typically maintain a regiment between 30 to 40 men aboard. At least 20 of those will be combat trained. More commonly, all of them will be in some stage of combat training. There may be up to 10 trainees, like their first outing, but the Dijani have very strict rules that there is to be less than a quarter of the crew fresh. basically they want veterans at all times, anywhere they can get them. So they spread out their new recruits on different ships, and there's a reason that they are known as the wish upon us to get something where it needs to be.
Yep.
Tomorrow, I believe. When do we set sail with the Gedisias for the mission? Is it after the storm?
I mean, you can sail before or during the storm. I'd be happy with either of those, but since it's 3 days away.
Roll's probably rather difficult.
Also, we just got town. We might want to, Doyle might need a little bit of time to acclimate.
We should resupply as well.
Not a bad idea.
Well, then I should probably visit my sister.
Is she in town, or just the letter?
No, they are here. She is here anyway.
Oh.
I know where to go.
I see.
Can we meet your sister?
Not this time.
Is she pretty like you? Is she bald like you?
I don't
I
believe so.
doubt that, Lolly.
You could be both pretty and bald.
Oh, yes, you can. Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. It's just, I do this on purpose. Pointing at my head.
I say, you looked much better with the blonde wig on this morning.
I have you to thank for that.
You're welcome.
You followed my request perfectly. At least someone did.
I take credit for all the success you had. Anyways, is there a magic shop in town?
Lolly, I think you've already been there once to supply up. The Aether Chain in the northern part of the Aquans district. Relatively new Mages Guild, but they do stack component supplies.
Okay.
What time of day is it right now?
Oh, I mean, you did that prank pretty early in the morning. I imagine we're in the early afternoon, like a 1 to 2 bells situation right now.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and respond to the letter
Okay.
and send it with Captain Pancakes.
Okay.
Yep, that checks. So
Just this fat, like, just absolute unit of a cat rolls up and they're like, meow.
30-pound orange tabby. Yeah, got it.
Mostly
Familiars
muscles.
aren't
Thank you very
supposed to
much.
be that, but yeah, sure. Anything specific you wish to convey?
Ask if today is convenient. Just tell the good captain here, and he will let me know.
My God. So, about an hour goes by, because while Captain Pancakes is good, he's still just a cat, so getting around takes a little while. And you do receive a response, because he comes back with a nicer collar. It has a small little diamond on it. Big black collar. The diamond's only about worth 20 gold, but in the meantime, it's still it's a status symbol that he seems to wear with authority.
Does it have a galaxy in it?
No.
His name isn't Orion.
And there is just
Nerds.
there is just a small little attached envelope beneath the scruff of the neck. That it's difficult to even see it at first because he's, giant and hairy and it's well hidden, but it's right there. And inside the note says, "Yes, please come soon or now. Like, it's still your sister.
About this morning.
Yes. I'll let the others know to not follow me inside, but they can still follow me to the area, and I'll signal if I need anything. Otherwise, carry on, and I'll send a message with the sending stone to Jyotis if I run into any issues.
Okay. All right. Is everyone going with Gary on this quest, or is anyone doing anything else?
Well, I mean, is it on the way to the shopping?
Oh, yeah. Same district. So if you look on the map,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Aether
We're
Chain
going with you
is up
here.
in the north.
Fun.
Yeah, I'll go.
All right.
I'm gonna
Jyotis, Latham?
do I have a letter from Vati?
Ooh. Yes, but I don't have it prepped yet, so I will give it to you next week.
That's fine.
Yes.
Latham's gonna tag along with this one. So while sticking around with the gingerbread and enjoying a drink sounds delightful, all the fun. This party seems to have a lot more fun out in the field.
Yeah. So
I'll follow.
Gary,
I'll follow at least to the Aquarius.
understood. So, Gary, I'm putting you at the house up in the Aquins district because if you recall, the Valerine family maintains a house quite close to the Masunge Palace as a status symbol.
Correct. I remember.
So, for the sake of the rest of the group, upon approaching this building, it is one of the many fine 3-story homes within the Aquins district that is maintained to an art form. The outdoor gardens of it are tailored with bushes and shrubs that are perfectly cut in angles that represent fences, and it gives that like natural ambiance but also cut off from the rest of the world. There is patrol guards, but those who are here are more finely dressed than the tricorns are, and they wear house colors of the Valerine, which, Gary, if you wouldn't mind reminding me, what are your house colors?
Oh, crap. I wrote it down somewhere around here.
Notes.
God damn it, Brit.
Notes.
Asian gray.
Mauve.
Mauve.
House word. Greetings.
How?
I believe it was Hunter's Green and Copper. Like
Okay.
the reflective bronze. Bronze, I think it would be called, not copper, but bronze.
Okay, so Hunter's Green and Bronze. So most of them, again, wear cloth, but there are even a couple that wear a modified piecemeal armor to where they have green cloth and bronzed plates. Not entire plate armor, but plates to show wealth, status, and the ability to pay someone to stand out in an island wearing metal is very much a vogue status symbol for the rich. All of them are armed at least with swords, and most of them carry halberds or spears along with shields. There's at least 6 active guards in front of the house, 2 up on top of the rooftops, and meanwhile you can imagine there are more within. Upon approaching close to the entrance, the guards that are patrolling the garden area of the home, 2 of them start to split off and approach slowly. There is a gentle cadence in their march. Both of these gentlemen are over 6 feet, and Garret, you would recall this, that Brisbane, God damn it, Guild Wars. Brisena prefers her gentlemen to be at least 6 feet tall, so nearly all of her guards must meet that minimum height requirement.
Oh, God,
And these two are no exception, and both of them are local natives of Ayamasange, so their skin tone is a bit darker than any of your family and the Valerines, but in the meantime, they are well equipped and do look like they are much better in the field as opposed to the mercenaries you dealt with this morning. The two of them stop in the middle of the walkway, come to attention, and just, may we help you?
I will produce the most. I will produce the letter that was picked up from Aquarius. It's like, Lady Valerine is expecting me.
Ah. And they look around at those in the background with you. Would you like to bring your entourage?
If it does not displease the lady, I would like at least for them to be invited within the grounds. However, I do understand if that is not possible.
She is curious. So, they may enter. We do request that they keep hands to themselves.
Okay, hear that,
And-
Chuggers? Be good boy.
And they look up when you start talking to Chuggers and, oh no, you may not bring the axe beak in, but it may stay out here.
Oh,
So long as it does not eat the peacocks, it may stay out here.
Chuggers don't eat peacocks.
What?
No, eat peacock.
What?
Good boy.
And I'm doing everything in my power to maintain composure and not break down laughing at this entire absurd situation.
So, with that, the one who spoke to you leads the group up to the double doors that are simple wrought iron but painted with a black sheen coating, and the doors themselves, the knobs appear to be diamond set in silver. And these diamonds are significantly large enough, like it's the kind that you go, wow, that could almost do a true resurrection if you were in the late game. It's just sheer audacity of status. And as the guard opens the doors into the main foyer, you see that this area on the inside is slightly different. Gary, the last time you visited this area, there was a diamond chandelier at the entrance that could have easily have bought a fleet. It's gone. It's no longer there. Instead, there's simple ergonomic candles lit to maintain a little bit of light composure in the room. Otherwise, the back windows and storm shutters have been opened to allow more light in upon the marble flooring that leads up to a staircase very similar to the Grimsby home, actually, but this is much lighter colors with light walls of white, and the marble on the floor is a more pleasant gray to give more ambient light into the room. Ironically, Gary, with some of the more garish decorations removed, this almost looks a bit more homely. And the guard then points up the stairs and make a left. Brisinia's room, her offices are going to be at the first door.
I remember. Thank you.
Yeah. Gives a once over on the group and just, please, don't touch anything unless directed to.
Lottie
Who, me?
this.
Lolly, don't press it.
Okay.
There's a little bit of relief when you say that, Gary. Because it's like, this giant blue thing could get me fired. That's the energy that this guy comes off with.
And as we walk away, it's like I enjoy a little bit of lolly-isms, but we are guests. Don't violate guest rules.
Fine.
Unless she's mean.
Okay.
So, Gary, walking everyone up to Brisenya's offices, you go up the stairs, make the left, and immediately the first thing you notice is that the doors have been removed. And in fact, it looks as though one of the walls has been knocked down to kind of clear out some space again. Brisenya's apparently recently redecorated the office because it is simple and almost welcoming, like a person who is just too calculated to know how to have feng shui to be welcoming tried to set up this room to be like efficient. So the couches and chairs are all set up to face the desk, and it's formal but almost overly formal, where the coffee table is perfectly set out to where it could hold drinks, but there's not a single mark upon it, and it's just this black obsidian glass on this beautiful reclaimed wood. And her desk also is reclaimed wood, and she sits in a high back chair that looks like velvet and comfortable, a deep green with small traces of bronze around her wrists of copper bracelets. Her hair is simple in as much that it is tied up neatly and confined beneath a scarf of a mixture of hunter green, yellow, black, and bronze colors. She is quite a bit older than Gary, so she is in her early to mid 40s, and her eyes have that same intensity and same coloration as Gary's. So when Gary gets like focused on something or mad about something, but he's like trying to think of how to act, that is the look that she has upon her face at all times. There's no smile wrinkles around her mouth. In fact, her skin is gorgeous, though her complexion is a bit lighter than Gary's since she has not been sailing. She is seated and currently writing a letter, but when she notices the lot of you, she does rise and just, "Please come in, sit."
Just nod and without a word. Step in and have a seat. Is there seating for everyone?
Oh yeah. There's
Okay.
Again, it's that like couple of couches and chairs that are made to face her, but in the meantime, again, it's done by someone who tried to be efficient over being welcoming. So the room is all angles. And the couches, despite looking comfortable and looking gorgeous when you sit upon it, it's just a little bit stiff, like it hasn't been used very much. But assuming the party piles in, she takes a seat back at her desk and begins working again, ever diligent.
Patiently give her some time.
And while writing, after she gets about a page done, I do not know how much you know or how much you suspect. I tried to be brief in my letter, but more emotion leaked out. Would you like a summary, or would you like the details?
Details with questions, perhaps. I must admit that I have intentionally distanced myself from family drama.
Well, Isodon was initially demoted from head of the house guard after your actions. Loram vouched for a particular priest of Cassius, or war priest. This caused Isodan to leave our house in New Elkin in the middle of the night. He went to Grongtosh, and she looks up. kind of scans to see if anyone knows what that is other than Gary. It is an orcish settlement outside of New Welkin. We have had good relations in the past using them as miners. He, according to my spies, started using them to do guerrilla-style attacks on shipments coming out of Summervane. With that, Lorom's little pawn looked weaker. Lorom loses favor. But, unfortunately, another complication happens. And she finishes writing a page. The local Thieves Guild, believe he goes by Stitcher, somehow gets involved, places an insurgent within.
We've met.
During a storm, the war priest is killed by the orcish guerrillas. The demands to Isodon were either that he betray his family and side with them, or side with his family and break with those that he had promised so much to. Your idiot brother played both sides. And she sets an envelope aside, promising money and payments of the same and equal amount, both to the orcs and the insurgents who stood with him. The few loyal guards we had left that had not died fled and reported this to us. But Stitcher's agents killed more men at the mines, resulting in bloodshed. We do not know who is alive, who is dead. We do know that the mines haven't stopped screaming since. Something is very wrong. None of the workers will go near the mine. None of the house guard who have been sent to the mine have returned. Our father attempted, in his anger, to get Ayamosange to intervene. But the other magisters view him as weak right now, and view our mother as weak right now, and are taking advantage of it. Until the diamond shipments to the Dejani stopped. We have gone through our stores. We bought as much as we could to keep the flow trading. But this new Commodore has bought everything and demands more. Even if we were ready to reopen the mine today, we could not fill what he wants in a quarter, in a half year.
I've met him as well. He is deeply unpleasant.
I originally pitched to Mother and Father to use our reserves, but now we are out of reserves. Mother is at the point of believing that I may be conspiring with Isodon. At least the explanation would be easier upon the nation. But you know me. I am not a warm person, but I would not betray my family. Our legacy is everything to me. I have, and for the first time you get an actual emotion from her in possibly one of the few you can recall, but she has this broken moment of just, I have given away art. I have given away every decoration inside this place and only maintained the garden out there because Father demands it. But we are running out of time, and we could cause chaos for the entire nation.
What is the ideal solution in your mind?
Twofold. And she takes 2 pages and separates them. The diamond mines must be dealt with. I must find people that are resourceful enough to investigate and stop what is ever happening there. The second is that Naldis must be dealt with. This is equidistant. Even if we reopen the mines, Naldis will continue to increase demands and use that to continue leveraging until either we are cast down or the Summersun Corsairs start a war over his soft blockades.
And the wisdom?
If Isodan is alive, capture him. He must be made to stand trial for what he has done. He has betrayed our family. You insulted us. Do not think I do not remember that. But Isodan has betrayed our country. New Welkin is our country's chance. Summervane is our country's money, our heart.
I don't know if it is of interest to you, but we have already set some things in motion to inconvenience Northus. I don't care to go into much detail because it would be too easy to track my movements. And as much as I know that you don't particularly care, there are others who would. And I prefer to keep those cards close to the chest. I've had enough trouble. But we are doing what Loram is a problem.
Loram blames you for Isodan's fall and has convinced Karaya of this as well. He whispers in father's and mother's ear. Promises that the church will support them.
He was always rather conniving. We did not get along.
If it brings you any amount of comfort, no one gets along with him. I know you have your secrets now. I have mine as well. But I have to believe that some part of you still cares.
If I did not care in the slightest, I would not have reached out. By the way, all of your mercenaries are in prison.
She gives this long sigh. It is difficult to get extra good help. My house guards are known. I have been trying to get mercenaries to act suspicious who can get me information in Summervane.
Well, now they have a stay in the quarry on their record. That might actually endear them to these folk.
So I can hope. What's left of Isodan's forces are camping outside of Summervane, trying to guard it but doing a shit job. Isodan himself, nowhere to be seen.
All right.
I do not know what you are willing to do, but what I would ask of you, and if these are your compatriots, is to either investigate Summervane and bring Isodan to justice, or help me bring Naldis to his knees.
As I said, I'm already working on the latter.
I appreciate that, but our timeline is accelerating, unfortunately.
We will do what we can. I have a task in the next few days after the storm. Beyond that, we have business to the east. So we may be able to find a way to embarrass my brother again.
If nothing else, if you had business in the east, perhaps you can petition the Elven King to deal with Naldus.
That was actually another of our hopes.
The Jinn is, from every report I have read, finicky, flighty, always thinking of another deal. But for the past 23 years, he has seemed very undermotivated, and I suspect it has led to the Dejani mostly overtaking the power of Gildestrand. But he is still called the Jinn, because he can grant a wish, and I wish for Naldus to be destroyed.
Well, if you recall, I don't know how much you heard, but my motivation for the display at the party was because of Istan's cruelty to a friend of mine.
Yes, I do recall. He was a fool.
Naldus has also been cruel to friends of mine. That should give you an idea of what I have in mind.
She gives that long sigh. Darius, I know that you have in mind to communicate that he is a petty bully, but you need to think ahead of him. You did not think ahead of Isodan. You proved him to be what he is, but then he reacted and has caused pain to thousands of people now. So, before you go after Naldus, think, and you act. And she points at the head, here, not just with the heart.
It is a shame you were not my tactician's teacher.
You would have been too emotional for me to teach. But perhaps as an adult, I still send something to you.
I've learned to listen a bit better.
Good.
I understand the stakes of things a little more than I did before.
I can't guarantee you a reward, but I can say that the other Magisters are very well prepared to either cover our losses with Isodan or Naldus. Whichever one you choose to take down, I should be able to raise you up a sum of 5,000 gold.
My primary wish is to not be... It's hard, it's difficult to put into words, but I don't want to be chained again.
I have no intention of chaining you.
No, I know you have no wish to lock me in a little box to be a perfect representation of the home, of the family.
If
But
your
my
brother
wish-
is taken down, mother and father will represent that they did not raise an entire generation of perfect children. The Magisters will look to someone who created a solution instead. As much as it pains me to conquer my own mother through action, this is the way.
I will not get in your way, if that is the best course of action. But I will do what I can to remove obstacles. especially when they're also in my way.
Good. Then know that you have my support. And if things that you say that you are setting in motion pan out, and I become Magister, then you will have my support then as well.
So that I'll just nod.
This is a tedious alliance. But you are family. I trust in your actions.
For what that means amongst those of the upper echelons, I will do all that I can to make my life more easy. And hopefully...
Gives the slightest smile of just, you truly are still a Valerian.
Some things cannot be unlearned. But things can be added.
Should you be able to bring me in on any part of dealing with either of this, please let me.
We all have our parts to play. I will be in touch. I've learned a few tricks.
Very good. She kind of rises up slowly and just... Your compatriots that you have gathered are distracting. That is an interesting technique.
It has served me very well. Few have seen past
the beige.
Those... Exactly. It's amazing what not shaving and a haircut can do for one, but it's even more amazing when you surround yourself with very unique individuals.
Well, do any of these individuals have question or statement?
Yes, I believe both of us have spoken more than enough. Please, this is Priscilla, my sister, and I'll go around and Lesterin.
Hi.
Lolly.
Hi. You're pretty.
Jyotis. And Latham.
Noon.
Each of you get a courteous nod. Well, if there are actions that we can take to help one another, please let me know. Subtle communication is best, not with a 30-pound cat.
He is my pride and joy.
The bird was much better. There are thousands of seagulls here. Hundreds of thousands, possibly sometimes. I have never seen a cat that fat before.
Oh, he isn't fat. He's mostly muscle and fur. And I say that with just dripping with pride.
Right. She kind of looks around at all of the rest of you like, have none of you told him?
It's a whole thing.
I just kind of shake my headset just a little.
Well, still, the bird is more subtle. But I am here. I will remain in Alarasamal as long as I can, but Mother summons me back to New Elgin. I will give notice to this Aquarius. You're not staying there, right? That is too obvious.
I don't respond. Just kind of raise an eyebrow.
And she kind of thinks about it. I gotta roll a dice. Got the dice. I don't think she's gonna know where you are. Nope. It is too obvious. You are probably sleeping on the street like some hobo.
You see Jyotis make a face like, oh, yeah, maybe.
Well, I do apologize for my promptness, but I have plenty of business to attend to, promises to keep, and bills to delay. So
we have plans to make. and things to discuss.
Very good. All right, guys. Well, it's 12:15, so this is probably a good spot to call it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So, I heart you all. Thank you for dealing with my I haven't DM'd in a month slowness.
Yeah.
All right.
It's okay. I was
Oh,
happy.
okay.
I know
yeah.
some of the words and not good.
Yes,
By the
not
way-
the good thing we are speakless.
That's okay. I
I don't
know
know
some of the things to do in this game, but not all of them. See hotel lobby incident.
That was so great. I was so happy with the hotel lobby.
Oh,
I'm so sorry, Garret.
It was out of character. That was one of the most beautiful things that has happened. Not just pure display of chaos. It was like some Babylonian god of trickery just decided, let's play some fun.
Again,
It's
Latham
been a
has
while
this
since
weird
shenanigans.
thing
We need
with
shenanigans.
money that's just kind of amazing. Like, it's not something that I think Dan does on purpose, but like each time it's this there's Grimsby going like, oh, well, you need more money? Here's more money. And then Latham going like,
Okay.
yeah,
He immediately
In
waffles whenever
character.
there's
It
gold.
was-
It's wonderful.
right.
Keep calm and
I,
waffle on.
and I don't know if it's written in like under like his problems, but I think one of them really should be like cannot pass up coin.
That would be a perfect flaw to add. I mean,
Right?
Yes.
I think that literally is a perfect flaw. Let's see.
and RP flaws are flaws that arise like naturally out of RP are some of my favorites.
Right.
Things that
I
I'm
think you
glad
should
I made
add
it.
that as a flaw because at this point that does kind of count because we've seen the lolly and the dragon turtle negotiation of like, yeah, here, have this 0 thing that we doubled, and then Grimsby, and now today with 50 gold, it was like, oh, there's 25 gold on the table that I could take there.
Don't forget the fighting pit.
The fighting pit was actually a tactical bet. Like that was
That was fantastic.
What? It was.
Same thing. At any rate, now we're getting like admittedly towards the end there, like we're like, okay, Garrett's got a little like his own family thing, and then it's like, oh shit, Grimsby or Nolthus is an equation. Oh shit.
uh-huh.
Yeah, I was like, okay. I need to like understand a bit more about this family and what
Yeah,
they
so
need
basically-
with Nolthus.
My goal of this is that I was offering you either a short-term quest or a long-term quest. This is not a you can pick both kind of option. This is either if you guys want to solve the diamond mine immediately, Summer Vein is there and you can do that after and when you're ready. But otherwise, if the goal is like fuck Nolthus and everything about him, then that plays into a long-term goal and you can go for that instead. And if you somehow amaze me and pitch the concept of how to do both, then I'll listen. But otherwise, especially considering that this isn't your fault, this is just movement of the world. Things have been escalating.
Oops,
Sorry.
Sammy, it turned on.
Oops. Great. How do I turn it off?
I don't see it anymore. There.
yeah,